It is 1:00 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. We are at City Hall, Council Chambers, 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Again, call this meeting to order. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember King. Here. Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
All of the city council members are here. Council, thank you all. Our city staff and our community public here with us today. We appreciate each and every one of you taking time out of your day to be a part of this workshop. So at this time, as I said prior to the meeting, we are going to do a public participation. I've got a few cards up here, and if you do intend to speak, we do ask that you please fill one out and bring it to our city clerk, and we'll make sure you're heard. The first card I have here is Alvis Adomini. Al, please come forward. As you're coming forward, take your time. I'm going to explain the lights here in front of me. When it's green, we have 3 minutes, and once it goes yellow, it's got about 30 more seconds, and we ask that you wrap up once it's red. And with that, Mr. Visadomini, please state your name and address, and the floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Al Visadomini. My address is 421 Lincoln Avenue in Cape Canaveral. I'm a 40-year Cape Canaveral resident. I prepared some papers for the council up there that kind of goes through a lot of what the city has been doing over the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years. Most of it is pretty much self-explanatory by the numbers. A typical example is our community economic development and code enforcement. 23-24, 745,000. Skipping down to where we are today, 1.8 million. You can go further down to administration services, 631,858, 40% increase. We have basically we have a spending problem.
Mr. Visadomini, I'm sorry to cut you off. We'll make sure to pause your time. We want to follow along with what you're saying. We got a few different pieces up here. Would you mind showing us the one?
Being it's only 3 minutes, I'm on the third page of the white.
Does the cover look
Yes,
like this?
yes.
Okay, council, it's the one with the text, not the presentation. It's a summary of items.
Well, being that we're doing the budget cutting area first.
Okay, I think we're back up. Thank you very much.
Right. Also, the reconstruction of employees. Obviously, our city manager already has started with that. And we also have the CRA, which also was 1.2 million. It is now 5.48 million. That's on the next page. All in all, what I'm saying is that we have way overspent for what this city does. I made a comparison on the next page over of Indian Harbor Beach. Population just about the same, land mass the same. 13.8 million is their budget. We are at 37, this was last year, 37 million. It almost seems impossible that we could be that far off, but obviously there's a problem, and our new city manager's taken care of that a little bit by going through a little investigation. We have to get the spending under control. We have to make some cuts. Some things we want to do, some things we have to do. Have to do police, fire, garbage. Want to do recreation. We have a lot of recreation around here, the way I see it. We built that big rec hall. I know, Wes, you weren't in favor of it. I wasn't in favor of it. I don't know who was in favor of it, but it got built. Now it's costing us a fortune. We either have to outsource it, maybe get some military, maybe that might use that thing and facilitate it. Maybe SpaceX, one of those guys, would do something for us. We can't afford that building. That whole piece of property is an eyesore. We have no Little League because we closed our school. So we have a ball field there that's not being used at all. We have a big open glass area. That's nice. And we built a park, but everybody keeps saying there's no kids here. So that area might even be sold. I'm even thinking of the area over here. When has that racquetball court ever been used? And the shuffleboard.
Thank you, Mr. Visidomini.
We have a lot of areas that might, and we also have a huge soccer thing down in Manatee Park. We have to get our finances together. We have to be able to really reduce our budget, not just make the $4 million.
Thank you.
That would be ridiculous. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'm sorry, before you proceed,
Yes.
if we're hearing side tone from that microphone, I'm being told it's because the media has a microphone at the counter and it's impacting our own internal sound system. So if you can remedy that, perhaps, Mayor, are you okay with
Yeah, so it looks like, are we talking about the,
whatever microphone channel,
Yeah,
whatever microphones are up there from the media are going to be too close for us to make any adjustments? Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Visidomini. Appreciate your time to speak with us. And for the record, we have the document you referenced. We received a few documents. I just want to make sure that followed the one you went through. Was there a second? Was this another document that supplemented what you provided? Okay. Thank you. And then there was a third document. This is internal from the city. Okay, great.
City manager,
Yes?
is this an internal update for us?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Next card I have is Angela Raymond.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a 21-year resident in the city of Cape Canaveral. And what I've noticed is we have a very educated group in Cape Canaveral. The people are not stupid. And we are paying attention very carefully to what's been going on. I read the audit report in February and March of 2025 and February and March of 2026. And it clearly said that we were in trouble then. And several months, almost more than a year has gone by, and we haven't really seen any resolutions or solutions to this problem. And I just want to say that budgeting is very important. And last year you passed the budget once again, and I sat here and I watched the financial team ask you very, very clearly to please make certain that you have a good millage rate, a millage rate that could be sustainable, that could pay the bills. I think the suggestion was 3.55. And Mayor, you said that you would never raise taxes, which everybody applauds that. However, we still have to pay our bills. All of us in the room have to work with a budget to pay our bills. And I beg you all to act like the adults in the room, do the right thing. Let's be honest. Let's quit blaming, the blame game, and let's just go on and say, let's figure out a solution to the issue. It's been very embarrassing and upsetting for our entire community. And I just want to say I'm not in favor of paid parking on the beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Parkhurst. Now, Chris, I see a number 5 on here, but 4. That's okay. Thank you. If you don't mind, say your name and address.
Yes, before we run the clock, I just want to introduce myself too before you start the clock. Is that all right?
That's part of the time. I can't afford that.
That's fine. My name is Chris Parkhurst. I reside at 1430 Bishop Road, Merritt Island. I own property in Cape Canaveral and wanted to speak tonight. So I understand the city's facing a serious financial problem. If reoccurring expenses exceed reoccurring revenues by approximately $4 million, that needs to be fixed. And if reserves have been depleted, they need to be rebuilt. Those facts by themselves do not justify establishing a property tax ceiling anywhere near 10 mil increase. The public deserves to see a few different numbers. Like I'd mentioned, I want to introduce myself. I'm a multiple business owner. I CEO a large insurance conglomerate, and I spent some time as a finance chairman for a small city in the Northeast. So to tell you I understand financial budgeting from a municipal perspective is an understatement. I'm happy to provide the documents I have, or I'm going to go over quickly with you. I'm going to talk very fast because you're limiting my time, right? So Cape Canaveral does not have a revenue problem. They have a spending problem, right? It's pretty simple. From 2021 to 2025, you've taken revenue from 13 million up to 18 million. A sizable increase, right? At the same amount of time, your expenditures have increased more aggressively, right? Your expenditures currently exceed 18 million on the spending category sides, with the largest increases obviously being culture and recreation and general government. I would urge council strongly to look at cuts. To be quick, I have a basic plan that outlines what you could and could do in order to get this under control with a small 1 mil rate increase. I'll be happy to get on your agenda at a later date and time to go over that in detail and provide you with those documentations. Sometime today or tomorrow, I will make sure to get on your next agenda. I'm going to just hit the high points on that. If we can limit the millage increase to 1 mil, okay, that's approximately $400 a year per property location, or $33 a month. It's going to require approximately $2 million in reoccurring spending reductions. So that means you guys are going to have to go to each department and they're going to have to ask them to target some savings, right? General government's going to have to target about $500,000, culture and recreation about $350,000, non-essential contracts, consultants, professional services about $300,000, vacant position hiring freezes of about $250,000, infrastructure department wide discretionary spending and other administrative efficiencies all combined to about $500,000. Putting general government and recreation under particular scrutiny, those two categories of your government spending have increased significantly over the last 5-year period. Once again, you do not have a revenue problem, you have a spending problem. Your revenue problem will continue to improve as more hotels are built and more revenue is generated from the recreational industries that we have down here in general Florida tourism. So I urge you, please take a deeper look at your department budgets. Ask the department heads to come back with cuts and formulate a plan where we can reduce the millage increase to 1 mil or less for our city residents. That's it.
Thank you.
That was a light speed version.
Unless I'm missing any, I believe that's all the cards I have. Did anyone intend to speak that we did not call you?
I wasn't on the agenda, but if you're permissible to just come out and say 2 words.
You don't need to be on the agenda. Come on forward. We do ask that state your name and address, and before you leave, if you don't mind, please fill out one of those cards and
Sure.
give it to our city clerk.
My name's Michael Mejia. I'm a transplant from Arizona. I've resided here for 3.5 years now. 201 International Drive, right over here, right behind the bank. So I've never been in politics, but I'm on the agenda to be a city council person, just provided I get elected. But my main thing is I run businesses, and each one of you have investments. So if your investments aren't
Mr.
managed
Medea,
well,
we just asked that you address,
Okay.
speak to the
you,
dais.
as people that own properties, your largest investment is your home, all right? So if someone is mismanaging either your assets or your 401k, you're gonna make a change. So I just think you should put a lot of consideration into what's upcoming and the candidates that you have to choose from. And like that gentleman just stated, he's got a vested interest in what happens in the city because he owns property here, much like most of you folks do. So just give it some thought and just hold the people that are making the decisions accountable, because each one of you are held accountable to your children when you were raised them or otherwise. So having said that, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, we ask the same for you. If you could come forward, take your time. And I don't have a card for you, so we would ask that you please fill one out and state your name and address. And we appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Peggy Emer, 238 Seaport Boulevard. I don't know if this is on the agenda, but it's referenced the Recreation Center. A lot of us pay an enormous amount of money for insurance. And when they give us a benefit like silver sneakers, now you've taken that away. It's costing us more money. And the issue to me is you are punishing the pickleball players because you can still use silver sneakers upstairs, of which there's hardly anybody ever up there. Yet the pickleball courts can be absolutely full, up to 30 and 40 people I've seen. Now we have to pay per month. It's making people go elsewhere. This is a great court, a great rec center. Please do not destroy it. Please return to helping us use our insurance to play. Thank you.
Thank you. And the cards are there on the clipboard if you need one, Ms. Emer. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during public participation? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Again, thank you all for taking the time to be here, and certainly those who took the time to speak with us. So we are at item number 5. This is a workshop. We do have a regular city council meeting at 6 p.m. and we always try in a workshop, as we hear from you first, we will work through the items on the agenda. But if time permits, we understand that after you hear us speak, we try at the end to give residents an opportunity to speak and follow up. And so hopefully today we're able to do that as well. Council permits. And again, we thank you here for being with us. So number 5 on the agenda, 5.1, deficit reductions. Titled Capital, Operational, and Personnel. And with that, I'll ask our city manager, Mr. Touchberry, take it from here.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for that. Thank you, community, for showing up today, and thank you, employees who are present to be available if called upon. So just a brief history lesson on how we got here from a workshop standpoint. A 10 mil rate was presented to this council to address a couple of things. Number one, to balance a budget that had at that time $5 million in deficit, and to also address a reserve restoration fund plan that had to be accomplished in 2 years. And without knowing what that would take and how long that would take, the council was presented with a high millage rate so they can start from there. The council set the millage rate at 4.5410 mils for those who do not know that. So that is the current millage rate set at the August 3rd workshop. That is a combination of a 4.5, and our finance director will go over these numbers here briefly. But just to introduce what you'll hear today, that the budget deficit remaining is $1.9 million. And so staff has gone to work on how do we reduce our existing budget by $1.9 million. And we'll go through those reductions here first, and then the agenda will talk about revenue possibilities afterwards. But in summary, the $1.9 million deficit will result or proposed elimination of a total of 16 positions. And the operation or use of, I should say, 3 independent facilities would be made available for leasing. And that the 16 positions being eliminated would account for $1.4 million of the deficit that we have to address. And there are other cuts that we'll discuss. So with that, I'll turn the meeting over to Joey Blacker, our finance director.
Okay, so we will quickly go over the state of the city's budget at this point for the upcoming fiscal year 26 and 27, which we will refer to as fiscal year 27. So previous to August 3rd, before the City Council adopted a proposed millage rate, the city's budget deficit was about $3.9 million. And then as of August 3rd, the City Council adopted a proposed millage of 4.5410 mils, made up of a general fund amount of 4.5 and a small library amount, which resulted in a remaining deficit of $1.9 million. So previous to August 3rd, the deficit was 3.9. After August 3rd, with the new adopted proposed millage rate, the new deficit was 1.9. So how we have eliminated that 1.9 million deficit is the following. We have done expense reductions through personnel of about 1.4 million, operating expenditures 374,000, some capital expense reductions, and additionally, we've increased some revenue predictions after further information and analysis. That is how we've made up our new difference of about $1.9 million. So what went into the 1.4 personnel reductions? It is broken down by one position out of our IT area, one position out of our infrastructure maintenance area, 4 out of our community and economic development area, and 10 positions out of our Parks and Rec department. Additionally, to make up the 1.9 million difference, we've incorporated the closure of 3 facilities, the C5, which is the gym, the Nancy Hansen Rec Complex, and the Cape Center. Additionally, we have realigned 2 positions to create some hybrid positions for further savings for the city. So, other than personnel reductions, operating and capital reductions that the city has done is nearly 375,000 of operational reductions. The fire department has brought in a lot of reductions. We've looked to bring in-house our mowing services. That saved about 90,000. Palm tree trimming, bringing that in-house as well. Discontinue splash pad operations and some other operating expenditures. And additionally, capital reductions of 25,000 from the fire department. Not included in the numbers being presented right now is an additional 50,000 reduction from the BCSO, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, which would give the city another $50,000 in savings. But that $50,000 is not included with the numbers we're presenting right now. Additionally, we've updated our revenue projections with further information and further analysis to increase revenue projections by over 100,000, realistic options for that revenue collection. So that is what we have done so far to make up the difference of that 1.9 million that we had to make up. These are opportunities that we could potentially do going forward. We could look at further services, bringing them in-house, such as pest control. We can look into our EV charger operations. And lastly, potential paid parking on the beach. And this is a summary slide. The new proposed budget, it has revenues and expenses that match at $18,831,493 at the current millage rate, or adopted proposed millage rate, 4.5410 mils. And that is the end of this presentation.
So some follow-up comments, Mayor. First of all, we're very thankful to our public safety partners, Canaveral Fire and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. We did go back to them and ask if there were any further reductions that they can make, and they were more than willing to help out with those reductions to the extent that their budgets would allow. and that enabled us to present a different picture for you here today. A lot of this has actually been fluid today. The fire department in particular recently received information from their actuary regarding our contribution to their pension fund, and their actuary's report has resulted in a substantial decrease from our end. We do not have to contribute as much as we projected, to the tune of $214,000. And so this is a number that just came into us today. And so we want to make sure that we double check a lot of these figures moving forward to make sure that they accurately represent where we are. I will say that the reduction in personnel does not come without consequences, you know, because when you reduce personnel, you reduce services. And the services that, you know, and it's anyone's opinion or debate if they're really essential or not. But we do have staff on hand to talk about what some of these things would look like, especially in our community development division, when it comes to being in line with certain insurance requirements and assessing properties after damages involving storms. And so we're prepared to talk about that. That deals specifically with some FEMA items and national insurance, the NFIP compliance, National Flood Insurance Compliance, which we are in compliance with currently. So those are issues that you're going to want to discuss today, because if we don't have the ability to go out in the wake of a storm and make sure that we're meeting these requirements on behalf of our citizens, then that is certainly something that this body should talk about. And we do have Zach Eichholz on hand for that, and any other staff member, for that matter. He has his team in here. Other than that, I will turn the microphone back over to you, Mayor, and we'll get started.
Thank you, City Manager. Council, before we go, I just want to talk about this fiscal year. You know, some of the headlines and the things that go around. A couple things. Headlines about tripling. Council considers tripling millage rate. You know, technically, the agenda item that came before, yes, but it wasn't a consideration by this council. In fact, we did not even consider tripling the tax rate represented by our vote. We would not consider it. And as our city manager said, we adopted a trim shall not exceed proposed, not final, millage rate of 4.5, which is far from tripling. It is sort of a ceiling that we can work from. And I really wanted to address that, because information spreads around and it creates anxiety for all of us. And I would feel the same way. Thank you very much, City Manager, our Finance Director, and everyone who's been a part of it. And I really appreciate the public comments today. I think if we work together, we will absolutely, I think, learn more and find out we are going to work through this and be okay. As far as this fiscal year, my question is, I know our city management and team has made some tough measures and taken steps. We are one more month away from ending the fiscal year, September 30th, and an indication this year we are going to, I think, finish okay without a deficit in this year.
Yeah, we're projecting to have a positive fund balance in the general fund of around $750,000.
Okay. Well, hats off to our city staff and the council and everyone who's made that. That's as we've learned in going through budgets, I think that's a remarkable accomplishment. And I want to emphasize to the public again that when reading headlines and things out there, it might seem like City Hall is and the city is falling apart. Our people are getting paid, our loans are being paid, our projects are being serviced. The critical services are certainly being paid. Yes, we have had to make some shifts, I would argue as non-essential, but the critical items are absolutely getting funded, and that is really important to emphasize. That does not minimize the challenge and the reality that's ahead of us. And with the original proposed budget of roughly $20 million in expenses, when we first received this back on July 1, it's due by June 30th, we had only 16.5 million roughly in revenue, which is the repeated $4 million deficit. And so money is not missing, as our city manager emphasized last time. And what we've just learned is that a way to get there, as we just heard in the presentation, at the trim rate that we set, basically that trim rate automatically took it down in half. Is that right, Finance Director? So alone, we took it from 4 million roughly to 2 million. And so what we have to do now is make a decision on how do we make first a trim work. What we've heard are the proposals to make that happen. And then as we go through and we vote in tax through 2 public hearings, set our tax rate, tentative and then final, and obviously a budget that can be supported in that. This council is, I think, in the community has just heard, if the trim rate at 4.5 and a little bit above, because we have a library millage as well, comes in, these are the changes that we would have to take. That's the sum. I know that might seem redundant, but I just wanted to over-communicate back and share some things that are on my mind. I'm very happy to hear that this year anything can change, but thank you for managing the finances. I think for a first time in a long time to not let expenses exceed revenue. And so with that, council, this is a workshop. We can talk and work through this. So no particular order. Mayor Pro Tem?
So Mayor and Council, just giving you an update. We have on the agenda the fire assessment fee. And this is something I spoke with Captain Quinn. I saw him just a minute ago. I'm not sure where he went. And regards to our fire amount, and that's $3.8 million, okay? Now, had we gone with that original trim suggestion of $10 million, or excuse me, 10 mills, this would have resulted in us if you had a $5,000 property tax bill, you'd end up with a $15,000 property tax bill. And that is absolutely not sustainable, period. I've been doing a lot of research, and one thing that I researched with Captain Quinn is doing a fire assessment fee, and there's going to be more information coming on that. It's in the agenda section. But I think before we look at the proposed cuts that staff has just made here, that we need to know how that would work. So how that would work is instead of the fire expenses being in the general fund, they would come out on your tax property bill as a property owner. That means that 3.8 million would be divided by 10,000 people, and on your tax bill there would be a special assessment for fire of $380. It takes the expense out of that general fund, and 3.8 almost closes the 4 million before we even look at these cuts. So very important. I, as a citizen, I could almost go in and then at that point just look at, let's make thoughtful cuts. Let's consider what we really want to cut without whacking everything with no thought just to get that down and still be 1.3 or whatever it was here in the hole. So this literally would just literally take those funds out of our general fund and we'd pay 380. And we may be able to keep our taxes close to what they are based on cuts that we could make in addition. And we could possibly even start giving back to our reserve fund by doing that faster and getting those reserves restored. So that's what I have to say. And I wish the council would consider that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Councilmember Willis.
I know that our city attorney is going to address the fire assessment, so I'm not sure that 380 is an exactly accurate number per household, because it could vary by the structure. And a hotel could possibly pay more because their needs are going to be quite a bit different than a single-family home that might be 1 or 2 stories. So I would caution everybody not to think that 380 is exactly what you're going to be paying, because it could be less depending upon the type of home you live in and that sort of
Right.
thing.
And
Wait, I have
Sorry.
the microphone. One of the things I would like for us to consider is possible ways to keep the facilities open by attempting to contact companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin about contracting use, allowing them to pay a fee that might at least allow us to break even on those facilities by making them available to SpaceX, Blue Origin, or Cape Canaveral Space Force Base. Those types of things. There's a military usage that they can pay a fee for their staff and their soldiers to use the facilities, and I think we should explore that and see if it's some way we can get those funds to maintain a break even on those facilities so it's not a drain, if it's possible. Because just closing them and getting rid of staff, yes, that brings it up, but if it's still just a zero sum. So it might be a way to see if we can keep those facilities open for our residents. And there's also the possibility of, if you charged $100 per household. Now, nobody wants to pay an additional fee. I don't. But you could possibly do that and make the facility free to residents. So that's just a possibility.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. Just so you know, and I want to make sure I clarify because of Member Willis's feedback, I was talking about a 10 mil at the original proposed rate. So, you know, if we move those fire fees and we have 10,000, of course, a hotel would end up paying more on their tax bill than certain homes. However, there are ways we can work that out. In regards to the C5, I'm more in favor of someone that runs a facility like that, handling the running of that. But in doing so, if we had someone lease it out and handle the operations, we would have an expert instead of a jack of all trades running it. Because when you're running it as a city, that's not our primary business. I've heard feedback that people would use it, and one of them was a military person, just like Mr. Willis, or Councilmember Willis said. He was military, but he said, by the time I get back from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, it's closed. So if we got a company that ran those as their business model and allowed a negotiation of the staff moving over to their company, so not losing staff, not shutting the door and telling people, well, it's just closed until we get something done with it. Budget some kind of proportion in there to help ease this transition. When companies merge together or get rid of facilities in a situation like this, they always take the employees over, and then that company decides the merit of the employees and whether they continue on with them. If we were looking at letting someone run that facility, that is their business. We have people leaving our area right now that have memberships over on Merritt Island for the gym. And there's reasons they would do that, and they would tell us better than we can, guess what their reasons are unless they talk to you. But that would allow us to retain the facility, potentially retain the splash pad operation, get lease money for the vendor running the location for us, minimizing our amount of money that we have in that property, and keep the service for our citizens. But it would be controlled and run by the company that we contracted with. So I'm more in favor of that than just making a drastic cut, selling the building, and looking at that. Now, if it didn't work a year from now, future council may have to do that. But if we look at the way we do things, we absolutely can reduce the amount of liability for our taxpayers in making smart cuts and the things that we pay for. I'm a big fan of get those recurring expenses that are not in the general fund, get them out of there into a tax assessment if we can on the county bill. Because I'd rather I'm paying, and this is an example because I don't have the math of a commercial property or those things, but I'd rather know I'm paying $380 this year for Cape Canaveral Fire Department. But when they come to take care of me, they're going to take care of me. Has Chief Quinn come back? Because I wanted to ask him a question if he's here. Is he?
I don't believe Chief Quinn is here, but Assistant Chief Crowley is, as is retired Chief Dave Sargent.
Okay, I had a question for you guys. Oh, there he is. There you are. I'm sorry, I missed. I had a couple of questions for Chief Quinn, and I want to thank you so much for spending time with me recently at his lunch while I peppered him with questions. You have provided us with some service types of calls, level of calls that your department makes, and some of them are ambulatory, and you have something called a service call. Will you please explain to the council what the service call does for us?
Well, a service call could be anything from, let's call service call as far as maybe a water leak. Somebody calls, hey, my water line broke, and we consider that a service call. We'll go out there, shut the water down, assist them with getting the water out of their house, help them kind of guide them as far as the next steps to take. So we call that as a service call, or we also have other stuff if we want to come there and do like a blood pressure check. That's not necessarily a medical call, but we'll go there as a call. It kind of just falls in that no man's land as far as not really a call that you would think that we run, but we do.
So Mayor Pro Tem Jackson is a klutz and she falls down and she can't get up and she hits her lifeline button, right? That would be a service call,
or
right?
a lift assist. That one is actually labeled under a lift assist.
Okay, a lift assist. So there are different levels of service that the city of Cape Canaveral provides for our residents, and they are excellent compared to a lot of cities that I've researched. So when we have an ambulatory call where they literally have to take an ambulance, do we bill back for their ambulance ride to the insurance company of that person when a call is made?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Brevard County provides all transport for all of our patients.
Okay, so Brevard County provides that transport.
And they do all the billing.
Okay, and they do all the billing. And do you know what they bill back?
I do not.
Okay. When you make a service call, and I'm going to give an example that's not a pretty example, but there was a tourist on the beach that had had a heck of a time all morning and all day and was laying face down in the sand, and his buddies, who were having a high old time too, they left him. And he didn't move for about 4 hours in heat like this. And I ended up calling you guys because I was worried he's either going to smother because he was face down in the sand, he never moved, he wasn't drinking any water, and all of this. When you got there, y'all put towels on him, you gave him water and all this, and I was sitting there and seeing it. So on that type of call, is that type of call that is a tourist from outside of our area billed for in any way?
No, they're not.
Okay, so there are a lot of calls within our city that we're just paying for as citizens. is what it sounds like. And most cities, anywhere you go, and we'd have to check with BCSO on an ambulance ride, but if a paramedic comes out or those kinds of things, those cities will bill your insurance. And we're not billing the insurance with our services, right?
Correct.
Okay, so our taxpayers are paying for all of this, and we've been paying for it for a long time. No?
Okay, let's not do that.
Okay.
Let's not go back and forth with the
Okay.
public.
All right, so there are types of calls, let me say it that way, that are just part of our service contract.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so hopefully that's better. And we have in the future the ability to look at some of those things if future council wanted to, and possibly bill for some of those services for certain types of calls. Is that correct?
That would be up to the city itself, but if us, as far as Cape Canaveral Volunteer Fire Department, we cannot bill for anything.
Okay, but we could.
Potentially, I'd have to look into that. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, so it's something that could be investigated.
Sure.
Okay, something that could be investigated. All right, thank you so much,
Yes,
Chief
you're
Quinn. I wanted to make sure we understood that. If somebody else might have a question, Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it.
I have a follow-up.
Yes, Councilmember Willis?
You capture all of those statistics on your calls, transports, all of that,
Yes, we do.
and it would be submitted, could be submitted to the city?
Absolutely. If you request it, we could break it down per call, where we go, time, all that stuff.
But if the county is responsible for transport, they would need to bill,
That's
correct?
They would do the
Because-
billing.
Because if the county's getting it, we're not paying the county.
That's correct.
So the transport is not our responsibility.
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions for our Deputy Chief?
All good?
Thank you. Councilmember King or Shoriat?
Well, I'm learning some things here that I didn't realize about how our volunteer fire department provides services to everybody here, and it's just incorporated into our tax base. Am I correct? Yeah, yeah. Other than, of course, the transport, which is paid for by the county, and actually billed to the insurance company of the insured. Yeah. Okay. No. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoriat?
Question, I know Mayor Pro Tem Jackson brought this up last time, the 50 grand that we're paying to the Airbnb software. Is that, have we decided anything on that, or can we get out of that? Because we kind of determined that it was possibly redundant.
Are you talking about Deckard, Mr.
Yes,
Shoriak?
yes.
We have a lot of information about Deckard that we can share. I think the reality is that they are generating revenue for us beyond what has been represented here in the council chambers. I know that several of you have received information, and we're prepared to share the information that we have, and we're also prepared to allow a representative from Deckard speak to the council so you can hear directly from them. Does that mean that every single dollar is captured? No. I will say, just from experience in government, if there's a way to avoid having to pay a fee, people will avoid paying fees. And with the lack of oversight from the state of Florida when it comes to short-term rentals, the city of Cape Canaveral, like all cities and the county, really have no knowledge of anyone setting up a home-based business like that, which is what it is. We get no notification from the state of Florida. We have to do something to figure out who's here operating in our city, and so that they can be charged the appropriate business tax receipt and other registration fees and inspection fees. But since the state of Florida has opened up home-based businesses to all cities in this manner and not helped regulate how we know of their existence, to me the long-term solution is we need legislation so we can get some type of notification beyond what the DBPR's website shows, because it's woefully out of date. We have information that they don't have, and we constantly comb that. So is there a better solution? Well, there could be. Is there lost revenue? Yes. Every community experiences lost revenue, but we're going to need the time and the people and the software and the programs to chase down that money, or we're just not going to get any of it at all. And we need to actively legislate the state of Florida to help us and other cities in that regard.
Councilmember Shoryak, anything else? Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Mr. City Manager,
Yes, sir.
several months ago, I presented some information and a contact with the state on getting some information through their business registration platform. Did the former IT director follow up on that information?
Are we talking about as it relates to these rentals?
Yes. Where we would be able to get notification of when they're registered with the state?
We're not able to get notification from them. I mean, we have to comb the web through the software provider to find that. And I think to Mayor Pro Tem's point, in the past, there are people who are presenting themselves to rent in compliance with our ordinance, which is 6 days, 7 nights. In reality, they're doing much shorter, quicker turnaround. And there's just ways to evade that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it takes oversight and enforcement on the part of a city, and that takes people.
Okay. Well, while I was in at the League of Cities meeting, I met with Deckard.
Mm-hmm.
They were there, and they were able to show me on screen all of the properties that were not registered, were not compliant, were not even with a business tax number.
Mm-hmm.
So it was quite alarming that they saw it, and
Right.
so I'm interested to know how we're going to rectify that. So
I am too. I mean, when the state of Florida allows home-based businesses to operate without any type of regulation from the local government, we don't want to overregulate anybody. But if they're operating a business, and every city and county has ordinances that regulate how you operate, and this came up at a previous meeting where you can sign up on an app and use your driveway as a parking lot, and you can be basically a home-based parking business in the city of Cape Canaveral and ferry people back and forth to the port who are going on cruises, and there's anything can be done about that in these neighborhoods, and it changes the faces of our neighborhoods. But unless we get legislative help with that and the people to track it down and keep our staffing to track that down, I think we're always going to see an evasion of our ability to collect revenue when the ability to do so is just not there, statutorily speaking.
Okay, so I'm picking up because the mayor stepped out. And Councilmember Shoryak, in response to your question on Deckard, the thing that is concerning to me with Deckard is that we were provided with some data from our staff, and I'm appreciative of that. From what I understand, Councilmember King got that for us. And it gave us a total number of STR properties identified of 982. I think that's low. I think that's some that we have not found. The reason that I think that is in a year or so ago, Airbnb and VRBO made changes to their algorithm, and you could literally see all of the STRs on their sites, and Cape Canaveral was coming up with around 1,500 of them. So when you look at that 982, I believe, is low. Also, there's two categories here. There's currently licensed, which has a total of 425. And then there's currently advertising without a license, which is 178. So when you take the 425, and y'all excuse me, Councilmember Shoryak is one of these that'll do this in his head. Do that in your head for me, Councilmember Shoryak. 425 and 178. What's our total? 602. Thank you, whoever's the math person out. Six what? 603. So they've identified that 982 of them are out there, but they've only identified that 602 number, so we have a gap in there. So there's gaps to me in the data that's being provided. I think it's very impressive, the software itself, that it's finding some of them, but we have to determine how to deal with it, and also what has happened in as far as our compliance processes with the software since it's been implemented. And in my opinion, I haven't gotten, and Zach may be able to answer this for me, and I hate putting him on the spot, but we haven't had a great amount of revenue. And actually, our code enforcement officer gave me this information in an email. We haven't had any revenue from notices of violation on these properties. So if they're not getting any kind of fine for it, and we're not giving them a notice violation, is this process working? So to me, there's process problems on both sides, the software as well as how we handle it going forward. I've actually spoken to our community and economic director about the fact that I think we've got some cleanup on both sides. But for us as a council, we have to determine, because like I said, myself and another citizen that had a complaint about one next to her, in 4 hours identified with one property manager, 110 units that were renting shorter than the 6-night minimum 7-day rental. And so who is more efficient? The person sitting there working it, looking and going out manually finding it, or the software itself that has some gaps? I mean, the numbers they gave us, there's 300 units that there's a gap that they didn't identify under currently licensed or currently advertising without a license. And with software, if new updates aren't made with how they obtain this information, as travelers' trends change, travelers are, I'm going to tell you, I have seen a lot of people, and they literally, and I don't want to. I'm not going to book through Airbnb or VRBO myself if I travel, because sometimes they add $500 to $900 based on how long you're staying into that price. I can get a hotel myself booking direct cheaper than that. So why would I do that, right? So people get creative. They're under budget crunch right now when they travel. So are we finding all of these things? Not if that's the only platforms they're looking at. So what kind of updates have they done? These are things that staff has to keep up with, and that takes staff time. I'd rather pay staff to sit there and go through and show them how to find them and let them do it. So for me, that's my thoughts on Deckard, but, just that's my thoughts, Councilmember Shorey. And I'll pass this back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to just take that presentation that we received and maybe go back through a couple of those slides to understand kind of how we got to the number. We're looking at a balanced budget, a reduction of roughly $2 million, assuming we took the 4.5 millage rate, which would be a 46% increase in millage. Is that roughly accurate?
The millage increase from the prior year millage, or I'm sorry, from the rollback rate for this current year, that the increase from rolled back rate for the upcoming fiscal year compared to the 4.5, 410 is a combined, or is a 38%.
Okay, so, and that's combined?
Yeah, including both the 4.5 from the general fund and the 0.0410 from the library.
38%. I thought it was 10% higher.
Thought it was 44.
Because we were at roughly
I believe last meeting we may have been comparing the revenue numerical differences, but the comparison of the proposed millage rate versus rolled back, these are the percent increases.
City Attorney, when we advertise as we move into this publicly, I think I've said this every year and I seem to forget, but are we required to advertise? There's a percentage increase requirement. Am I thinking about that the right way for public notice on once it goes to proposed and final?
I can't recall if there's a percentage increase above rollback, but
the proposed millage rate is definitely in the notice.
Okay,
And I
is there,
think it does a comparison to last year's tax as well.
well, with the criteria requiring a unanimous vote at that table that we looked at last time, was that based on a percentage of rollback rate? And I think the percentage of the rate would be the exact same as the percentage of the revenue. Yeah, right? I mean,
The voting requirements are based on a percentage increase above the rollback rate. So anything over 110% of the rollback requires unanimous vote. Anything between just above rollback to 110% of rollback is a 4/5 vote of the governing body, and then rollback rate or below is majority vote.
okay, so the trim rate that we've set, we are in that between rollback and 110% requiring a supermajority to vote. Is that right? If it is 38%?
We are, the general fund is 38% above its rolled back rate. And the
Okay.
library rate is about -1% below the rolled back rates for a combined roughly 37, 38. So that's why when we compare the rolled back rates, they're made of two portions. So combined, it's 38% above the rolled back rate. And to answer your question, last meeting, I forget what exactly we were comparing. If it was the revenues compared to revenue or taking into account the revenues and the CRA transfers, there are many factors that we could have been comparing. But the numbers on the adopted proposed millage rate compared to rolled back is a 37.777% increase.
Thank you very much. I think I have that presentation.
On the back page of that one.
It's this one? Okay, so I'm looking at this page, the last presentation we received at the August 3rd workshop. And it looks like it was strictly focused on rate. But again, I think the tax revenue, it would be the same increase. Roughly the rollback rate, which is the rate that would essentially achieve the same amount of revenue as the year prior, not including new construction. I think it was like 6.5 million is what we brought in revenue. And so we went with the 4.5. It looks like according to this table, the 26, the rate that we're operating under today that was voted in last September is 3.1249, a combined millage. And the rollback rate for this year is actually higher because I guess there was a decrease in property values, a slight decrease in Cape Canaveral property values. So it's 3.2956 according to
Last year's rolled back rate was 3.2474. 3.2. So this year's rolled back rate has increased compared to last year's rolled back rate.
I think this was the presentation I think you put together, our team did. It says 3.2956, so it is slightly above last year's rollback rate.
And I was able to confirm the 42% we were talking about is comparing the general fund revenue.
Okay.
And yes, it's so at the 4.5 general fund millage rate, it would be a general fund revenue of roughly 9.3 million. Compared to a proposed amount of about 6.5, and that is a 42% increase. So I believe we were comparing revenues instead of the rolled back percentage changes.
Okay, great. And so we set the trim to shall not exceed 4.5 mils. That means, according to this table, just to recap some of the conversations, pretty much anything over 4.041 or higher will require a unanimous vote. And yeah, so I guess that's what's a bit confusing. I want to just make sure that when we talk in percentages, we're talking about whatever the threshold is that controls the voting requirements. And so it doesn't seem to make sense that if a 3.62 on this presentation says it requires a 4/5 vote, saying 110% of rollback. Because can we figure out, and I mean, if this table is accurate, I think I could work off that, but does this table, I'll pass it down to our city attorney so he can maybe look at what I'm referencing. When we talk about the legal requirement on the votes needed, that's from the August 3rd presentation. That 110% shows, you see where it says 3.62, it's kind of the third line down.
I see it.
So is it, to me, that seems that anything over 3.62 would require unanimous or supermajority?
Yeah, it's, if this, the 3.6211 seems to be, that's 110% of the rollback, according, I think. I'm trying to get my calculator out here.
No, that's okay. It's a workshop. That's why.
I can provide some clarification.
Please, yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So on the graph we're looking at in front of us, the idea is anything below rolled back to rolled back requires majority vote.
What's the rollback, Joey?
The rolled back is the 3.2956. Mm-hmm. And anything above rolled back, but not above 10% above rolled back, requires the, is that the supermajority, the 4/5? Is that the terminology? It's a 4/5 vote between rolled back and 10% above rolled back. That is what would require a 4/5 vote of the 5-person council. Anything above 10% above rolled back would require a unanimous 5 out of 5 vote. And of note, each of the city's two millage rates, the library and the general fund, they're anchored to each of them. So the general fund's rolled back rate, give me 1 second to pull it up.
Take your time, thank you.
So the general fund rolled back rate, like just the general fund portion, not including the library, is 3.2546. That is the general fund rolled back. 10% above that general fund rolled back rate would require or from rolled back to 10% above that would require a 4/5 vote. Anything above 10% above that rolled back rate would require unanimous. And that's anchored to that specific general fund rolled back rate, which is 3.2546.
Okay, so that's, go ahead.
And yes, it does get confusing, always mixing the general fund and the library, the general and the library millage rate. That is why that may be causing some confusion here.
Because we have to treat them separately. What is the library rollback rate?
The library rolled back rate is 0.0413, and we have adopted a proposed rate of less than that, of 0.0410.
Okay. So the library rollback rate is 0.0413. That's a small portion of the the total revenue tax that we bring in, but in Cape Canaveral, we have 2. We actually passed a trim for library that's below rollback rate. The general fund rollback rate is 3.2546. We are currently at 4.5 even.
Yes.
And then when we add in that other rate, or the library rate below rollback, those combined are what percentage above? Is that the 38%? And that was my question, city attorney, is that percentage requirement, apples to apples, is what percentage above that this requirement governs are we? Is that 38%?
Are you asking about?
Let's just talk on general, because I think it gets confusing talking with the library, because we have to vote on them separately, right? And so,
okay,
the general is at 3 or 4.5. Do we take the 4.5 as a percentage over the rollback 3.2546?
Correct.
And so that's in the middle there. We are at right now a unanimous requirement to vote. And we would not relieve ourselves of a unanimous requirement until it went to, is it that 4.04, just one below that?
At 4.0410.
Yep.
I'm sorry, let me confirm. I will need to.
The map, I think, if the general fund rollback, if you're going to look at them and isolate general fund separately, you have a general fund rollback of 3.2546, right?
Yes.
So if you're going to look at them separately, the council, by majority vote, can establish a millage rate that's 3.2546, the rollback rate, or lower. So the council can go up to 110% of the rollback rate, which based on my calculator is 3.58006, right? So anything between rollback rate and 3.58006 requires a 4/5 vote. Anything above 3.58006 is more than 110% of the rollback, therefore requires unanimous vote. That's if you isolate the general fund millage rate.
I think that's the way to do it, especially since we passed a trim on the library below. We are not going to be in a scenario that would require a supermajority on that. So the only scenario is to say, to respond to what our city attorney said, if the 110% is 3.58006, a rate of 3.5800, 1 point higher, 7 would require a supermajority. Is that right, city attorney? If we go above that?
Go above 3.58006, it's going to require unanimous.
So 0.007 or 0.58007 is unanimous. Okay, that's what I was trying to pinpoint, is what is to the decimal the threshold for unanimous. And for the general only, the number that I'm writing really big and circling is 3.58007. Does that sound right to your math as well? All right, council, that's really important. 3.58007 is unanimous. 3.58006 is supermajority. And let's just do one more. What is to that same decimal level the majority? At how much? So we went one higher to have we have the down to the granular difference from a supermajority requirement and a majority. I am now trying to figure out to that same approach between a supermajority and a majority. or, yeah,
Supermajority or to unanimous?
we've established, supermajority to unanimous. Now, what is supermajority to majority with that same approach?
Because anything above 3.2546 to 3.58006 is 4/5 vote.
3.2546 is a
rollback.
supermajority?
That's your rollback rate.
Okay, so that's a majority.
Anything above that,
Okay.
up to 3.58006, which is 110% of the rollback, requires 4/5 vote.
3.2547, which is one above the rollback,
Vote.
is a supermajority. Thank you. I think that was extremely helpful because I think we can understand that now. So to repeat, rollback rate of 3.2546 requires a majority vote. Easy, anything below or at 3.2546 is majority. When we go up to 3.2547, we are now entering into 4/5 of this council, or a supermajority. And a majority or a unanimous is required as soon as we get to 3.58007 or higher. Okay. Council, does that make sense? If we don't have it, there's really maybe 3 to 4 numbers in there to kind of gauge it. The revenue associated with the rate that we do have.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd ask Joey a question. I'm not in the weeds on all of the DOR forms, but when DOR provides the rollback rate, is it for the city of Cape Canaveral specifically, is that rollback rate the combination of the general fund millage rate plus the library, or does the Department of Revenue separate the two?
They separate the two.
Okay. Because what you have up on the screen is a combined millage rate.
Correct.
So
And
what's up on the screen would confuse you, the
Correct,
discussion that we're having right
So
now.
for reference, for the discussion that we're having now, that rolled back rate that shows up as 3.2956, that is the rolled back rate.
Combined.
Combined rolled back rate, yes. The next line right below it, saying 4/5 vote, 110% of rolled back rate, that is the 110% of the general fund.
Oh.
And so anything between the rolled back and that 110% would require that supermajority, and anything above that 110% would require a unanimous.
Thank you. I think between now and the next meeting, perhaps we get
I think we need to
a different table.
I think
that
we need
would
to get a chart for you, Mayor, because I'm still a little confused on whether or not we're using a combined millage rate to determine, the voting schedule, or whether we're using each one of the millages to determine voting schedule separately. I'm hearing two different things, and I'm not clear on it.
I feel more comfortable separating them because that eliminates all confusion. And if council disagrees, we can keep it combined. I mean, combining them in the end, but to me, it's two separate motions, two separate votes. We could, I guess, combine them in one motion, but just for this year, I think that's wise. Council, as we move forward, do we want to see a breakdown of general by itself and library thresholds?
I think we should separate them out.
Okay,
I do as well.
that would be helpful. Okay, so,
I think, Mayor,
yes.
I understand that, and that's probably just fine, but I think you're gonna need to hear from your finance director with absolute certainty whether that's how the DOR is going to evaluate that at the end of the day.
Okay, so before making that determination, I think, as the city attorney stated, is if in fact we are required to base it on a combined, to me, it would still be helpful to see the breakdown, but ultimately the combined is how they're going to measure, because we are below rollback on the more insignificant one.
Right.
And it creates,
That might create additional, if it's combined, that might create additional flexibility with the general fund. I mean, but we're talking fractions. We're not talking like full millage points. But
okay.
Point of information.
it's
Point-
improper.
Our city attorney, Ms. Visidomini, who is our Robert's Rules of Order, our officer. City attorney, do you want to speak to it? You have the floor.
In the middle of a discussion in a workshop meeting, I think a point of information is out of order. But if she wants to just succinctly from her chair say in 3 seconds what that point of information is, I will tell you with absolute certainty that it's out of order.
Yes.
In 3 seconds.
I'll work through the council. Do we want to hear a comment from the community? Okay, I see no resistance. Thank you, city attorney. Yes, Ms. Visidomini, if you would.
No, you have to come to the podium. It's not even going to be a point of information. You've been afforded the opportunity to speak by the board, so not a technical point of information.
Thank you, city attorney.
Point of information, I believe today's meeting that we were told was for budget, and for the budget, for us to talk about the budget and how we're going to cut, not talk about the millage. I haven't heard anybody say, where are we cutting? Could someone stand up and tell us what we're cutting? Because you all want to just add more to our bills. We don't want to pay anymore, whether it's a fee, an assessment. I want to see cuts. We have gone up 109%. That's a lot of money. 109% in less than 10 years. Let's talk about cuts. I don't care about the millage and what right now. You're talking about what the millage is, because then you're going to make the money go to there. No, we want you to cut, like a 20% cut and pay cuts. Let's talk about getting our city back into normalcy, so we who are paying the taxes, who don't make the budget, can actually remain here in the city. I'm here over 30 years. I want to see some cuts. Let's talk about cuts instead of millage. And that's what I think today's meeting was supposed to be about, our budget cuts. I don't see any cuts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think finance director and city attorney helped get some clarity on the DOR, on how that is, so that we can make that determination. I mean, ultimately,
I am clear on the rules there's the library millage and the general fund millage.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it, you vote for both. Each one has the 10% threshold. Currently, the library one went down 1%,
mm-hmm.
and currently the general fund one is about 38%.
Okay.
So the general fund rolled back rate, that 3.2546, I believe, that's the anchor. 10%
Mm-hmm.
above that, between that and 10% above is the 4/5 vote, and above 110% of that is the 5 out of 5 vote. So that is definitely 2 votes, and that's how the Florida Department of Revenue breaks it down to us.
Well, if that's the way, that's the point. If that's the way the DOR is going to evaluate it as separate millage rates,
Mm-hmm.
then the point that you made, Mayor, about separating makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
The document that you passed to me talks about a voting schedule based on a combined millage. I would discard that. It will get you a fresh chart.
I'm working on a cleaner chart. That the document in front of us, in practice, uses the general fund as the anchor.
Okay.
What combines them?
Yes, and then combines them
with the library and
with the library at below its rolled back rate.
and gave some, the voting threshold based on a combined millage, which is not.
The voting threshold is based off the general fund, only the general fund. That voting threshold we have in front of us stays the same.
Okay, that's great. I think that will be helpful. The presentation that was put together for today, thank you for having that last meeting available. And just so the community knows, the millage rate is, when we hear, I've always talked about how it's confusing, but ultimately we are required by state law to adopt a rate. But at the end of the day, those conversations equal a certain amount of revenue, and that revenue is going to come out of the taxpayers of this community. And so this council cannot move forward without a budget until establishing that. And so ultimately, if a tax increase is the concern, there are state required voting thresholds, and the rollback rate will roughly give us about $6.5 million. That would be a scenario where the line item of Cape Canaveral would not increase for any residents. For that to be possible, as our city manager and finance director has pointed out, when we set that rate, when we capped ourselves, it didn't create a theory. It forced this council to find cuts. And so in the past, what we've done is we would focus on expenses first and say we want all of these things. And then it was, well, if you want these things, you're going to need a rate. And so what we're doing this year is we have focused on first putting the taxpayers first and saying we are going to build a budget around, right now in the stage, we're at trim, which is an increase. And we've just learned that while that might bring in roughly $9 million, that would be an increase on the residents. But that forced us in the presentation we heard to, if we are going to do that, to cut $2 million. And so it is because of the rollback rate that we set that will take the debate away and force us to make cuts or find new revenue sources. And so I appreciate our staff and our council as we are working in reverse for one thing and one thing only, to reduce, I can speak for myself, expenditures. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for all the community and certainly the Vista nominees, and I think you are being heard here today, so thank you. I've got to just understand some of these expense reductions in council at any point. Why don't we just, and we can flip through them quick, go back to slide 1 of the proposed reductions. I'm going to get that up, and I think that's going to be to better understand those.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
May I ask our city attorney a quick question?
Absolutely.
City attorney, I know that you are going to be giving, or you have information in regards to the fire assessment and the solid waste fee. In regards to what I was discussing earlier, would that make enough of a difference that it could change the discussion on how deep we have to cut?
With respect to the fire assessment, no, because the fire assessment is a fiscal year 2027-28 issue. The other on the solid waste reserve fund, that potentially will have a revenue impact on this current fiscal year budget.
Okay, so I did research, so I'm going to ask you some questions quickly, and then so we can move on and look at how to cut. But so I did some research, and it says that we have to do a study in order to move that fire assessment forward.
I'm going to cover all that under the revenue.
Okay, so
revenue portion of the meeting in detail.
right. So, Mr. Mayor, can we take a look at that revenue portion so that we know what we're looking at possibility-wise there? And the reason being is because, you know, I've done some research and I understand what you're saying, but I've got a proposal to make.
Well, I would like to do that. However, I think that, first of all, is we know that the special assessment, for it to happen, obviously there's a sequencing of events that required a study. And I would rather approach it more from the conservative side and go, what if that does not go through? Are we prepared to address it? I'm with you. I think a lot of cities are moving in this direction. And I do want to hear our city attorney's presentation. And so I think we can all in our head do the math and simply look at this year's proposed fire expense is $3.2 million, I think, roughly. Is that right?
It's 3.8.
3.8?
Yes, and I agree with you, Mr. Oh,
Just
sorry.
confirm with
The most up-to-date fire number we have is 3.46 million.
3.46. And so I think if it goes through under the scenario that it would assume that that would eliminate 3.46 million and sort of shield that out of the revenue side. I do want to go to some of the expenditures, but I just don't want to go out of order here if we're going to
Mayor,
receive a presentation.
I just want to clarify, that assessment will not be until next fiscal year. So
And
the fire budget fee assessment has nothing to do with this fiscal year and reducing our deficit this year. It's next fiscal year. I just want to make that clear.
And I understand, I did have a chance to talk with the city attorney about the timeline, and there's a lot of notice requirements. And so if that is, if we can get it in the expenditures, I'll let you make any comments. I think I'd rather hold off on that until our city attorney can present.
okay, there's just other ways you can do it as well, so I'll state that.
Okay, and I think we should, those are good questions. Okay. The first slide, which I think we're looking at, shows just sort of where we were. We had this $4 million headline deficit, assuming we had expenditures at where they are, and revenues at rollback rate. And I think what we've done is we reduced it. That required like a $6 million, I think, to balance the budget, City Manager. I think that was the table that you helped provide us. And we said, no, we don't want to tax at $6 million, 6 mils, which would be, I think, like $9 million. And there was some conversations about the reserve restoration. First thing I want to get out of the way is under an emergency, the reserves, it is my opinion, and I want to hear council's feedback. Let's address that first. If there was an emergency, historically speaking, we spoke about hurricanes, any other unexpected things. I think we talked a little bit about, well, if there's something so bad, right, we're going to have bigger problems. And we talked about we would not keep certain departments going and really focus on essential services. But one of the things, as our city manager, I think, brought up was because we have two other enterprise funds operating who are not operating at a deficit, who do have the ability that is controlled by this council, if in the event of an emergency, we want to have unassigned reserves that we can pull from, or unrestricted reserves, being the condition of them today. A loan, and if this is something we're going to get into later, City Manager, from the wastewater fund or stormwater fund is a realistic and legal possibility. Is that correct?
From the stormwater fund, yes.
From the stormwater fund, okay. And I have not went through historical scenarios in the 60-plus years we've been a city and seen what, nor would history necessarily indicate what the future holds. But I would think that, I mean, I've seen $15,000 in hurricane expenditures. I've seen, I think, close to $100,000. But do we have any idea on historical hurricane expenditures out of pocket from the city? And if not, that's okay. We don't need to spend time on that. I just want to lock down this scenario of the reason we have reserves in the short-term period so that the know we have a plan or working towards a plan.
I'm not aware of any historical calculations on storm damage that we've had to tap into the reserves. We can certainly look into that. I think it bears mentioning that the reserve fund is not just essentially for, hurricane damage. Reserves are for any unanticipated costs, primarily from a capital standpoint, that the city did not anticipate or incurred for some reason. And so that would be an additional purpose for that revenue.
Agreed, and I'm not trying to look at it too narrow, but I think hurricanes are something that we do know FEMA 100% of the time reimburses, and 100% of the time takes too long to reimburse, which puts us in a tough situation. And yes, when we've got a big project underway and costs go over, to your point, City Manager, those projects without reserves might have to stop. That are critical to the safety of this community, and I certainly understand that. And so even under those scenarios, I think the way to answer that was, let's look not the last 2 years, but over the previous years and try to establish for this year, we want 20%, at least 16%, but what is the loaning capability of the stormwater fund? I think we talked about 500,000, and I think there's a few different ways we can do that, but I'm looking forward to that to try and put that money to the side so that we can address cost overruns on projects, the true spirit of unassigned reserves. And it's not the form we want to do it, but that's my thought before getting into the budget. So I think between now and the next meeting, and I think we're going to learn some more, that's really important. Now, operating day to day, the slides that we saw here establish the reduction of 1.9 million out of the 4 million, so 50% roughly has been eliminated. Let's go. And then also there was an increase in revenue of 126,000. The other thing I want to say is tax revenue in this city with 2 years of decreases below rollback, maybe the year before or last year and this year there was a slight, but we have seen an increase, especially years prior when we did not, of tax revenue in the city, even when we went below the rollback rate. And so this city has continued to increase revenues. Obviously, it has increased expenditures greater than the increase of revenues, and the reoccurring expenditures that now this city faces that it did not historically face. My understanding is we do not have enough reoccurring revenues to match that. And so with all the public comments that we've heard, the social media comments, the direct messages, it is my intent that we continue to focus on reducing expenditures. But I want to applaud the 2 million that we saw this day in the presentation. And at rollback rate, that's halfway there. And so if this council chooses, it might be 100% of the, as far as we want to go. But the facilities, go to the next slide if we could, please. This breakdown of expense reductions is 1.4 million in personnel, 374,000 in operating. And the first thing I want to point out is the reserve or at least question. The reserve requirement is based on personnel and operating combined, right? Expenditures. So another line that we could add to this is that the reserve requirement reduced by 20% of the, if you add 1.4 plus the 374, we're at roughly 1.7 million. We would need, if we did not reduce that, we would need 20% reserves to, if we kept that in, to meet the policy requirements of our code. Is that right?
The theory behind that is correct, yes.
So not only are these expense reductions, but it also reduced the reserve requirement.
Correct, yes. I believe off the top of my head, the last budget meeting we had, I believe we were saying the reserve requirement was around 3.6 million, and now it's around 3.2.
20 million of expenditures, 20% would be roughly 4 million, but because all of those expenditures are not reoccurring operating and personnel, it comes to 3.74 million. So this reduced it by
roughly 400,000.
Excellent. Capital expenditures, these are one-time projects this year, have dramatically been reduced, but an additional 25,000 beyond what has already been done, understood. And the revenue increased. Thank you. I think we had a chance to sit down and look at some of those. The city looked back further at 5-year historical averages, and these are forecasts and predictions, but I think, like I said in the last meeting, it was roughly 400 or 500,000 in revenue higher. That is at least 126,000 of that increased, which reduced the deficit by 1.9 million. So the next slide, and all right, so position eliminations: IT 1 position, IM 1 position, Community Economic Development 4 positions, Parks and Rec and Affairs 10 positions, 14, 15. This is 16. Is that?
Well, this plus the next slide.
Okay, so I'm just trying to establish total positions.
Well, yeah, there's 16 here.
Yep.
And the next slide shows that we've combined some job descriptions.
So is it 18 in total?
Well, it's 16 positions eliminated,
Mm-hmm.
16 people without a job, and then we've merged 2 other job descriptions with 2 other employees.
Okay. I want to just pause here and state that, and I can speak for myself and the council, it is not my desire. I do not look at eliminating positions. I am strictly focused on getting back. I think the gentleman's name was Chris who spoke about expenditures. We have seen expenditures go from 15 to roughly 18 million out of the general fund. And when we've asked what kind of city do we want to be, I want to be a city that can operate on 15 million. And so I'm not necessarily saying that requires removing positions. However, I have to trust our administration to work through proposals. This is one of them that I think is, it's one way. And it would be my intent, speaking to the council, that we try to focus on a couple of other areas and how we got there. One of the things that I had a chance to talk through, and again, we are talking about ideas, this is a workshop, was that before necessarily going in, I don't want to necessarily go through positions, I want to focus on the total number and how we get there can matter. Another way is if these positions are not being absorbed, and there is going to be a level of service decrease, to me it would be more practical to allow the city manager, as he not necessarily allow, but encourage at looking at retirement. I want to clarify a statement that I made in the last meeting. At some point I said I would have never done that. And what I was talking about was the retirement, and I said that in the meeting. In the fiscal year of 2024, we were operating under a budget that this council nor Mayor Pro Tem voted for or supported. I voted against that budget as well. I've been in mayor since 2021, but it was not until the fiscal year in September of 2024 until I supported a budget. I voted against 6 straight budgets. On the 7th and the 8th, I supported. And the reason why I supported was because it finally focused on every time we'd increase taxes, spending would follow. Taxes, spending would follow. And so we decreased, and today we are looking at holding the line for 2 years in a row on spending, which required, unfortunately, expenditures to go into reserves, I believe largely against the will of this council. No matter what, I believe we are going to work through it. But as we've seen an increase every year, I think we've got to look at other areas that we potentially could reduce. The spreadsheets that we worked through in years past have shown increases, but it was in that year of, I think it was August of 2024, the council, I believe 3 of us are here, not Councilmember King or Shoryak, had received for the 4th time in a row. Our budgets come out in July. They're proposed, the department directors are working prior. In July, this was, keep in mind, the first year that we're looking forward to give the first tax decrease, but we're operating under a budget. We did not know at that point, because the audit did not come out until February of 25 about the 2024, where the city was, nor would we have audited information. And in that meeting, starting, I believe, in July, again, maybe later July, early August, and then a 4th time, late August, a retirement increase proposal came before the council. And on that 4th time, this council approved it. The retirement plan that the city had long-standing, we fortunately are not sitting on a bunch of high liabilities like many cities that have pensions that are not unfunded. I'm very proud of Cape Canaveral there. We have a more traditional, like a business retirement plan of a 3% and a 7%, which basically equals 10%. And so that the city, I believe, matches up to 3% if the employee does, but the city contributes 7%.
It contributes 9 currently, but this budget does not have that. This budget is a 1%.
But I was saying back at that time, we were at a 7 and a 3. But yes, we increased it. No, I'm sorry. Yes. Did we go up to 9 and 3? Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
We voted there, and the proposal was they showed options to increase it to 9%. I firmly believe that you should pay employees well. We should be competitive and work really hard. But at that point, the anxiety was we have not got through the budget yet. It's August. We're about 2 more readings away. In the next 30 days, we're going to have it. We'll feel much more comfortable before we lock ourselves into a retirement increase. And it was 10:30 at night. Extensions were made. We were tired. We had some controversial issues that we're working through. We supported it, and we added 2%. Well, if you look historically, what that did is today in retirement in total, I believe in the general fund alone, in addition to salaries, we are paying $400,000 a year just in retirement, which is adding the new 9% and 3%. And this was a big jump. So when we talk about eliminating positions, I wanted to share that what I meant by that was, had I known that we were in the financial situation we were, which we did not, we depend on good information from our city staff. And at that point, our HR director was doing a good job presenting the information, and the former finance director according to the meeting that I watched, said that they wanted to get it on. We voted for it, and what I said, I never would have done that. That's what I was talking about, because hindsight, we see now the situation that we were in, and that increased, I don't know, $150,000, and it's been going on for a few years now. And so before eliminating, or let me not say eliminating positions, before decreasing services, it would be my position that we would first focus on extra benefits and consider reducing those before eliminating positions. Thank you for hearing me out on that. I wanted to clarify my statements there and state that our city manager has to figure out, I think, the best way to make the reductions. But if we're looking at $2 million, I would feel better about reducing $400,000 out of retirement for a temporary time before eliminating a position that would result in a reduction in level of essential services of any kind. And so, City Manager, if I understand you, you're stating that the reductions that we saw today have a part of the 1.9 million include retirement reductions?
That's correct, and it was at 9%, and employees can contribute a 3%, and it can be matched by the city. So this budget includes just a 1%, not a 9%. And we talked about that recently because in order to, if we continue to do that contribution, and we're talking about employees in the general fund primarily, with this next statement, in order to balance a budget, we were looking at employees taking one furlough day a month, which is 1 day off a month without pay. It was also looking at no 2% COLA and no 3% raise. And so we've switched. Joey, go ahead.
This budget, this budget's been rapidly changing. As of today, when we got in the fire department's cuts, we did change, the employees do have our normal investment benefits in what we're presenting right here.
So I misstated that?
As of a few hours ago, that is
Thank you. So this budget will reflect in the future, we're reducing the 9 to the 1, or we're still keeping it at 9?
What we're projecting right now, currently, this proposed, does include the 12%.
Okay. All right, so that's something for discussion then. I apologize for that. And I did want to also comment when I'm mentioning the 16 positions. They're listed on the slide for the community to see as positions. These are not, and I just want to clarify, these are not vacant funded positions. These are real people, not vacant funded positions.
Okay, so the $2 million does not, in this particular proposal, does not include the retirement? Did I hear that correctly?
What we have, this proposal right here that made up the $2 million difference, has the personnel reductions of positions.
Yep.
But has not changed the benefits related to people that we get as a standard in the past few years. The 2% COLA, the 3% merit, and it includes our investment benefits.
So this doesn't include this across all employees. This reduced the 2% cost of living automatic increase.
That is included in what we're projecting.
In this $2 million, and that was, I think you said 40.
It's roughly that amount is roughly 200,000.
Just for the 2%?
I'm sorry, the 2% is about 40,000.
That's what I thought.
All of them combined were around 200,000.
And so when we add in the 3% merit,
about 60,000.
Okay.
And the one furlough day.
And this is general fund, not enterprise fund. And again, I want to apologize for the confusion. 24 hours ago, it was the other way around.
Correct.
And we received an infusion, if you will, of funds because of the fire department's benefit package, retirement, and so forth. So Joey's had to revise this presentation 4 times this morning.
So this presentation does not include the retirement.
It does not include the removal of retirement. It does include retirement that the city pays on behalf of the employees. Yes. This presentation includes benefits as normal, as a standard year would be.
But does not include the 2% automatic raise or the
does.
3% raise?
It does include.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 40 and 60, so the 2% and the 3% across the entire city is $100,000?
General fund.
Yes.
So if we took that out of the general fund, it would increase it from 1.9 to 2 million? If we added that in?
I hesitate because as the numbers change, so do the percentage changes.
Yeah.
We did speak with you yesterday.
Right,
and
that's
those
where
were
I'm-
the numbers at that time.
Okay.
And we have changed the numbers roughly $200,000 very recently, a few hours ago. So I'd have to confirm the new numbers since the percentages do change when the numbers change.
Yeah, I had yesterday, 2% in COLA reduced the budget by 40,000. 3% merit added another 60,000. Furloughed, meaning employees take off 1 day per month citywide, added another 90,000. So that took it to $190,000 between those three. Those three are not included in this.
No, because as of a few hours ago, we got word from the fire department that they could cut $200,000. So we
Okay.
very quickly switched.
Okay, so what is the total? Is it 1.9? Is that the first slide? 1.9 million? Well, no, that's with the revenue. It's roughly 1.8 million.
The expenditure
1.4
cuts.
million in personnel does not include those.
No, for example, yesterday,
Yep,
we told you we were projecting 1.6
yep,
million in cuts. Today it's 1.4
Okay.
because of that recent change.
okay. So if we added the 2% COLA, the 3% merit, and the furlough of 90,000, that would take it back to 1.6?
Yes.
Okay. And then I said 400,000 in retirement. Is that roughly an accurate number in the general fund?
I can confirm.
The table we were looking at? If so, if we're at 1.4 in personnel, if we added the 200,000 to 1.6, and then we added another, if that math's right, to 400,000 in reduction for 1 year on retirement, that would take it to 2 million plus the 374. Yeah, it would basically add in 600,000, taking it to a budget adjustment of 2.5 million is my math. So basically, those adjustments would add another 600,000 in spending reductions.
So I just looked into the investments side of it only, and it's about 260,000. Of the current 12% investment that the city gives on behalf of employees.
Yep.
That is worth $260,000 in the general fund.
That makes sense because if the positions are eliminated, there's also not going to have retirement on those. I think you're doing the difference of the remaining employees or positions.
Yeah,
is about 260,000. Okay. I think that's right. But if there was no positions eliminated at all, and everyone was back on and we were paying, the total retirement is about $400,000 in the general fund citywide.
Oh, I can confirm those numbers. Yes, roughly 400,000.
Okay, so if positions are eliminated, that also, a part of that was roughly 120,000 in retirement that was being paid to those employees. Okay. My math may not be perfect, but what I would like to do, I'm going to stop there, I could say some more, is ask.
If I may just clarify, the
Yep.
400,000, does that include enterprise, or is that's just general fund? Okay.
Just general fund?
I'd like to
Okay.
just verify that as
No,
well.
that's helpful.
Okay.
Okay. in my head is that presentation yesterday. So it sounds like our fire department working with us. Thank you, Canaveral Fire, for coming forward and working with us. Those savings came in, and we basically went back up on cost of living increases, 3% merit.
Yes.
It basically
And the
offset
furlough
that.
that, uh-huh.
Okay. So my statement would be, I'm very careful about eliminating positions that provide core services before we look at retirement plans. It would be, from my opinion, that we would first eliminate for the short-term retirement plans and keep positions. But in doing the math, if both were done, I now have an understanding of the money. It's roughly, if we were to add into this, we're now at $2.5 million. So because that's expenses, the last thing I want to say is, we talked about a loan from the stormwater fund over into, and maybe our city attorney is going to speak on this, of $500,000 in the last meeting. Is that still an option that the city could consider?
The city could temporarily do an interfund loan from
Okay.
stormwater to the general fund for, specific purpose.
Okay, so we're looking at what we saw presented today was 1.9. If we add in the retirement, that adds another 600,000 in expense reductions and takes it to 2.5 million, roughly. Oh no, my math was bad.
The
Sorry.
retirement, what we're currently paying in retirement
Yep.
is about $260,000 in the general fund. So
Plus the 190 in COLA and merit and furlough. That would be the number.
I have not calculated those numbers yet. And those,
What I'd like to know is if we add in COLA, basically what was supplemented or taken out, if we added those back in as expense reductions, COLA, merit, furlough, and the remaining retirement, what is that total number? I understand my 600,000 might be too high, but I think okay. Yep.
yeah, we can calculate those numbers, just not right now. Those will require some time to calculate.
Yeah, and I think that let's, I mean, maybe rough math, 450,000 instead of the 600, but basically 2.9 plus the 450. Let's just call that 3.4 million now. And then if we then add, that reduces the deficit down by, well, same thing. So now that would take the deficit to about 1.6 million, 1.5 million. And then if we add in 500,000 in revenue, rough numbers, wouldn't that shrink the deficit down to $1 million?
The interfund loan
Yes.
of 500,000, that money would not be able to be used with expenses. That money would have to go to reserves.
Okay.
And that's because we're so below we're well below our reserve level, so we're not able to pull from reserves to balance the budget at this time. So that 500,000 would help rebuild reserves, but we could not use it towards the budget.
Okay, and maybe we can circle back to that. I guess I have a hard time understanding if it's a liability that the city would owe back to its other department, how that would maybe meet the criteria of unassigned reserves. Wouldn't that fall like under restricted?
Well, I say what I say, or what I referenced, because in our city code, it does reference we're not able to appropriate funds or use reserves. In other words, if we're not below if we are below if we're below our own reserve level, which we currently are.
So we're saying that we have to build the reserve first?
Correct. In the case, if we had reserves, if we had money in excess reserves, then we can pull from reserves and use those to balance the budget. But in the city code, it says if you're below your reserve policy, you're not allowed to pull from reserves to balance a budget. Which in this case of the interfund transfer, that money, since we're below our reserve policy, would have to go to reserves. We wouldn't be able to use that money to balance our budget.
That's totally makes sense to me. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, Council. Councilmember King.
Yeah, could you use that money in an emergency?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's what we were talking about. I can't speak. Is that right?
Yes.
And we'd have to pay it. I mean, we're loaning it to ourselves, so I think interest rate could be, I don't know if it makes sense, but our city manager and finance, they've got some, I think, more thoughts on covering ourselves. The last thing I want to say is that the city for years took loans. In post-COVID in 2022, we saw a windfall of cash of $6 million or $5 million of ARPA funds come in, and then the CRA funds. My diagnosis for 7-8 years is that if you break out a pie chart, the expenditures and the capital investments that went into permanent facilities such as the C5, the Cape Center, the acquisition of the Civic Hub and Promenade, might have been used for CRA money, but it put a permanent liability on our general fund. And today, just to give you a number to work with, 10 years ago, 2016, our Parks and Rec budget, and I am not just isolating Parks and Rec, all budgets have increased, but when we talk about essential services, the need to haves versus the nice to haves, we saw that go from $500,000 roughly a year was our Parks and Rec budget, jumps to $750,000, $1 million. This is like 23, 24, 1.4. Today it's at 1.6 million. 500,000 to 1.6. That has tripled. That is a great example of an increase in expenditures. And so I think when we go, well, it's been 1.5 or 6 million for 3 years in a row, there's our reserve right there. So when people ask, where did the money go? This is one way to look at it. It is not the absolute answer. I would say 50% of that, and I think this council knows, is hindsight, looking back, right? This community spoke. I lost 4-1 votes, lost 3-2 votes, and it wasn't, like I said, until we got it in 24, a majority that I think represented. This room was full, and the dais had all the power, and the dais voted and said, no, we are going to move forward. And I'm, I think, a little younger, but I think I've got a little bit of wisdom. This is a theory, and it is this. The people can tell me whether it's true or not. When a majority sits up here and makes decisions, and there's one that disagrees with them, or two, and those decisions are permanent long-term liabilities, such as massive facilities, they are going to be leaving the dais in a year or two. And while the majority says we want to build it today, there is a little bit of a crystal ball in the tone and the voice of the people in the audience. That is an indication of what the future holds. And today, the people have transformed this council to what it is, and we are looking at these liabilities. And if I'm in a position, and there's another council member who is going against something that this majority wants, and the room is telling me, slow down, can we reduce that? That's a bit excessive, that's too much. I'm going to take, that might be the future talking to us. And that's my theory. The record, I think, speaks for itself. Hundreds of emails. Why are we making decisions on this without knowing the true operating and maintenance cost? It will not increase your taxes. Fact, CRA money is tax money. That's where it comes from. And the ongoing maintenance of those facilities is absolutely tripled in that one department alone. And we are looking at all departments here. But if I look at a resident in the eyes and say, wait, where are we going to focus first? This is an area that I think we can. And last, I want to say this. I have no intention to close or want to reduce where it would close a facility. I want to figure out a way to make it work, but we do need to reduce the cost, and whether it's through lease agreements, finding private operators to come in, that's great. But as our finance director said, we've got to get a balanced budget, and I want to be no more than a $16 million reoccurring expenditure city matched up with those reoccurring revenues that does not look at grants from ARPA, loans as ways to balance a budget. That is what was happening. You cannot go to a budget book and not see a balanced budget. And this council uses this budget book to say, is it balanced? This is a responsible, balanced budget, and you can go back every single year. When the audit book comes out, the form of accounting that we use is extremely different, and as we go in here, it's hard to see, but you can see deficit spending has been going on since about, as our city manager said, at least 14 out of the 15 years, and I didn't go back. And I want to stick up for every one of those council members and any of those that might say, shame on you today. You can't find a year where it didn't happen. And they did not know it was happening. So today, expenditures matter. And then we can feel it and go, do we want to cut that? And if the answer is no, then we can talk about revenue. But I appreciate staff working on this. And
Mayor?
I'm done at that point. Yes,
If
City
I can
Manager.
clarify a point you just made. So you're saying that you want a budget, a city that operates at 16 million in reoccurring revenue currently. Sounds like you want to go to rollback, because that's what we've been hearing. And I just want to put
I want to focus on expenditures first.
Right, well, that means cuts, and I just want to put this conversation in perspective, because we've already cut 1.9 million to bring in 18 million in revenue.
Yep.
And if you want to go to rollback, that's another 1.8 million that you're going to ask the city to cut. And if that's what this council wants, we'll go back and look at $1.8 million. But I think before you assert that direction, we should see what 1.9 million looks like first, and then have a conversation about what 1.8 million would look like.
I agree with that. What I did not want to do was to get through this 1.9 million and say, we did it, we're going to move forward. I can speak for myself. I still think that's a 38% tax increase, and I'm not excited about that. And so that's it. I would like to get back and then grow sustainably back to have the best parks, the best services, and it might be painful for a couple years, but yes, agreed. We can look at the 1.9, and I think we've talked about, it's my opinion that we would add back in COLA, furlough, and retirement once we have that number, whether it's 400,000 or 500,000 into this, and then any other reductions that we have. Because what we've never got, what we got here today is something that I've applauded and told them we never got. Just what does it look like? We're not saying we're going to do this, but we got a $2 million reduction, and that is hats off to our city manager and city staff. What we've always got is we can't cut anymore, and then it was in a revenue. So yes, we can look at the 2 million.
I think what would provide clarity, Mayor, is if we literally discuss what 1.9 million means.
Yep.
Let's hear the details.
That's
and
fine.
hear what the service levels will be like, so that you can put 1.9 and the community can put 1.9 in perspective. We have no perspective. We've spent over 2 hours and we have another meeting tonight, and we still have to go over revenue. And I think some people would want to know, and I've heard from one of the audience, what are you cutting? I think we need to illustrate what 1.9 will look and feel like to this community before we even talk about 1.8 more.
Yeah, keep in mind, yesterday, the 1.9 million was based on different, like I'm trying to understand how we got there, and I read this presentation thinking it included COLA, merit, and furlough, and I think
It
there was
did, Dan.
some confusion.
We got an infusion of $214,000 in cash today that we did not anticipate, and the first thing the director did was to put it back towards personnel, because personnel were looking yesterday at a furlough day a month, no COLA, no merit raise, and that was for the general fund. And only, okay, and then we had to talk about what would that look like. Well, that means nobody in enterprise has to take a furlough day because they're funded through enterprise. And so why would general fund have to take a furlough day and get no raise and so forth when enterprise is getting those things? And so that's when we transitioned from those cuts to let's give everybody a cut and reduce their benefits to 1%. That's where we were yesterday. We were at 9, we reduced it to 1, and that brought back the ability for all employees to have a 2 and a 3% and no furlough day. And then the infusion of the $214,000 came in this morning, unbeknownst, unexpected to us. We put that in, and like I said, our finance director put that back towards the employees. And we feel it's important to take care of the employees who are remaining after we eliminate 16 people. And we need to talk about what those jobs are, what those services are, and what it would look like for the community so that the people who are here now that will be staying will be benefited. They'll be getting raises like everyone else in the state of Florida, unless we have to mandate further cuts beyond this. And so the slide you have in front of you, we've eliminated the IT director's position. We don't need a department. That was an IT department. We've reduced that position from 2 to actually 1.5 people because we moved some duties underneath somebody else, so we still have the IT services that we do, and we've moved both of those people for the majority of their salaries will be paid for out of enterprise, and that's because most of their work is done out there at the water reclaim facility, and of course they service our fire department. Infrastructure maintenance, we eliminated that position. That was our custodian, and we will provide building cleaning services to all of our other infrastructure maintenance people. So before they weren't doing that job, now they're doing that additional job through the elimination of that position. Community economic development positions, this is looking at combining the planning with resiliency. So we're looking at losing a planner. We're looking at losing 3 code positions, is that correct? These are people critical in doing short-term rental enforcement and all other code enforcement activities. This reduces code enforcement to 1 full-time person here and 1 person who works on contract working with our short-term rentals, and that's it, those 2 people. It also is eliminating an admin position in that department. And then, of course, Parks and Recreation, Community Affairs. If we're not going to operate these facilities as a city, then none of those people have a job. And that means that those facilities will be up for lease. So this is all 3 facilities, Nancy Hansen, Cape Center, and the C5, to be put out for lease options to the community, and that eliminates those 10 positions. Next slide. So the city essentially will be contracting for services for recreational amenities at those facilities, and this is the slide that reflects that. The position realignment, we took 2 community economic development positions and transferred them to stormwater. This was resiliency and also our planner/resiliency, because they do spend a majority of their time working in there, so we're able to fund some of their work through stormwater. That saves the general fund. And we have 1 wastewater employee was transitioned to that hybrid IT support position that we talked about. So what does this look like? Let me see the next slide real quick, Joey. So I'll go back to the other one. So if I could have, Zach, are you here today right now? He just stepped out, okay. And so we go back to the concerns about reducing these positions in community and economic development. And I know we talk a lot about whether or not we get a storm or a hurricane, and if we're going to be able to support our city in the event that that happens. But the employees that operate out of that department are also essential to ensuring that important inspections are done in the wake of such a disaster. And we need to make sure that we have those people, or we're going to have to figure out who's going to do those inspections at this particular level. If we want to cut an additional 1.8 million, we're going to have to come back to you to who's even going to be working in the city at that point. So, and I'm not being cavalier. I'm just saying that's a lot of money to go back to rollback. And we can't even fathom that at this moment. We'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, I think just to I see this, I understand it. I think, what do we have an idea on the reduction in level of service? Like, how can we communicate what that would mean? Is it?
So we could possibly, with code enforcement, we'll just have one code officer and one contract employee chasing down short-term rentals, as we talked about. That one code officer will have to make all cases on the street, on the beach, and on the streets wherever they have to go. They will have to do all notices of violation. That one person will have to do all code hearings in front of the special master.
What I'm asking is I understood that 3 to 1, but an example of a reduction level of service is a notice of violation upon receiving a complaint today takes 48 hours to get that notice of violation out, or a permit takes 48 hours. Now, does 3 people result in 2/3 a reduction and increase? Is it going to take now 6 days to get something out as opposed to 2 days? Is that what we're saying?
I would have to ask our director to come up to speak to that.
And I know
it's hard to quantify.
It is, but I think that's the macro, the big picture that I'm saying. And the reason I bring that up is code enforcement is very important. And the whole reason I went in to talk about cuts was, why are we keeping retirement, cost of living increases, and not considering a furlough, to know that we're not doing keeping 1 out of 3. Why would we not keep 2 out of the 3, and across the board we consider a reduction?
I can let the director speak to that. I mean, that's an operational decision, what the city manager is paid to do based on the services that we provide. But Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, I think it would be ideal to keep as many in code enforcement as possible, just to maintain the level of service. And I think over the years, council has desired more code enforcement to deal with issues, especially after 2024. If you remember, there was a lot of restructuring and how things were done. And I have Gerald here, our code enforcement manager, who could probably speak more to it on the day-to-day than me, what it would imply. But, you know, if positions are eliminated, it would definitely impinge on some things. I did want to touch on also from the perspective, because my background is in emergency management, as you know. And that division is also essential for essentially what would happen after a storm and having to go out. And they would be conducting FEMA damage assessments, which we're legally required to do. And we would have to do that in a very timely manner across thousands of structures in a situation, small or large, depending on the severity of the incident. And then also making sure that we fulfill our National Flood Insurance Program requirements for damage assessments and reports, so that the city can remain eligible and policyholders can remain on that program, because if we don't go in good standing with the NFIP, the city could be dropped. And we just put a lot of work into that to try and make sure we get those reduced for the residents. And most of the CED team is assigned to those damage assessment duties as needed. So, I don't know, Gerald, would you like to add anything?
That sounds real good. Excuse me, I'm Gerald Coates. I'm Code Enforcement Manager. What the council doesn't seem to realize is what we have now is, when we issue we don't want to issue citations or notices or anything like that. We want voluntary compliance. And with that, we try and teach the public, because we're not after punishment. Sometimes we have to go that route. And I have 2 in-field officers now, boots on the ground. And I have one that is overseeing the beach and is really coming in with the violators on the beach with, and I have other another one that is, we have just simple things that we're having to deal with constantly. But if it comes down to notices, like you said, Mr. Mayor, we have to give a notice, a courtesy notice, as we say, and then we go to a notice of violation. And then we're given a time frame. And then each case takes time. You've got to monitor each case. And so this is in accordance, and we're also doing vacation rentals too. We have one contractual who's not even in the state. So we're having to assist with that area, and we're trying to get compliance in all avenues. The phone rings constantly all day long, complaints coming in. And as soon as they come in, I send officers out to initiate inspections and follow up. So it takes time. And yes, if eliminate the force would be, it's not feasible. That's all I got, y'all.
Thank you, Officer Coates. Appreciate that. I think that's it. I mean, with technology, I don't know, but AI and automation and things, right? Just because you go from 3 to 1 doesn't necessarily it's going to drop by 2/3. There's efficiencies and improve, or it absolutely might drop even more because there's critical people within the department that do essential functions. And so I don't think I have a, if there are any, it's very difficult, I agree, metrics that could give this council an understanding of what I'm not, when we say it's going to reduce the level of service, it is not linear necessarily that personnel equals output. And so we focus on policy and legislation and or the code and the things like that. But we also want to make sure that we have a budget that is going to provide the essential services first. And so code enforcement is absolutely important. But for all I know, there are some efficiencies, some innovations that says, no, we are going to cut by down to 1 from 3, but we're actually going to get it done because we're going to start working in a different way or doing things differently. I don't know.
Well, if you can define for me and staff what are essential services,
Sure.
so that we know where to focus.
Yep, police is I would put at the top, Council.
They've come down as far as they can.
No, I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna. Police.
I'm just checking off the list for the public. I know you know that answer.
Yeah. So police, fire.
Come down.
I'm going to stay, I mean, wastewater and sewer is extremely high, right? At that point, I would put the clerk. Records are extremely important as an essential service. Wastewater is a separate enterprise fund, but that's important. Legal, extremely important.
Other than that, we have a finance department.
I would say under it, then there's the administration that needs to make the wheels go around, which absolutely includes the city manager's office, the finance department, and those functions. But
we also have human resources. A human resources department.
Yes, I think. Well, I would say, do you want me to rank them?
Well, I'm asking, what are essential services by definition?
Let's ask the easier question. What are not essential services according to you?
Okay. Recreation, and it's already here.
Okay. Because it might be easier to say what's not.
Yeah, recreation.
Okay.
That's 800,000 from the budget, Joey, pretty much.
Now, in every department, the department name might be essential, but I would say in every department, there are non-essential services within that department that they're doing and spending their time on. I cannot get into that, right? And so There are, in recreation, I would think it is absolutely essential that we keep and maintain our parks. Infrastructure maintenance is essential, right?
We have people left in the budget for that.
Yes. I think
It will
that
be done at the rate and pace that they can do it.
I just don't want to isolate departments. I would rather look at, it's zero-based budgeting. We've talked about it, but we would start at zero and we would do what we're doing. And within police, is everything they're doing, do they consider as essential? Same question for fire all the way down the line. And that's it. I think ultimately the people need to know that their private property rights are being protected. That's why code enforcement, police, fire are essential, that they're able to build freely and get permits. And then I would look at it more from within each department. Are there things that we're doing that are not necessarily essential?
Is having a planner essential?
I don't know.
Well, when we have people submit developments for construction and building and so forth, those plans have to be reviewed. We do have an engineer.
So that's a good example.
Yeah.
We're proposing to eliminate a planner.
Well,
That's,
yeah,
we're depending on this proposal. And my argument is, why would we eliminate, if it is essential, why would we eliminate a planner
Well, we're not.
and keep everyone's retirement at full force?
Well, so where we are today is with an infusion of $214,000 into the budget, we're able to restore benefits to the employees that were previously going to be axed from this budget. And the council is presented with that as an option. If the council would like us to eliminate the employees' benefits, then we can go back to you with what that number would look like. Currently, a 2% COLA and a 3% merit raise, and merit's not guaranteed. It's based on the supervisor saying the person, is worthy of a 3% or 2.5 or whatever. And then, of course, the furlough days is always, that's a choice. I mean, we can save money in that, but you're telling an employee essentially you take a day off without pay in addition to no raise, and we're going to cut your 9% contribution to your retirement to 1%. And we've talked about that, certainly a temporary thing. That's why we presented cutting benefit, the 9%, as a better option yesterday than the 2% COLA and the 3% merit, because at least we can do that unilaterally between enterprise and general fund. We want to treat everybody the same to the extent we can. If we're treating one fund different than the other, that would cause internal problems.
I think we should reduce enterprise as well then.
Well, they would be. I mean, they would not be getting their contributions, but that saves the enterprise funds. It doesn't save the general fund.
Which frees up loaning capacity
It does,
to the general
and
fund.
more money for projects and so forth, absolutely. So yes, we would unilaterally do those things from a benefit standpoint. I suppose we can unilaterally say no raises and no furlough days, but again, if you're an enterprise employee and you're not in the general fund, we're not saving the general fund by treating them the same as general fund employees when it comes to not getting a raise or having to take a furlough day. It saves the enterprise fund, and it doesn't save the general fund.
I never thought that any employees, no matter what fund they're paid out of, should necessarily be treated any differently. I'm actually advocating for this.
Right, and that's our practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that fire made some tough decisions, and I'm not sure what they gave up, but it's appreciated. My point is whatever they gave up, it may not be more important for 12 months of raises or merit, right? I mean, we are in a tough spot. Everyone doesn't get a raise. I think you'd said it, like everyone else in the state of Florida. I'm not sure that's the case. Maybe in government it might be, but people work hard. They have businesses, and I can tell you this council dedicates significant time. And there was a time when I said, councils are underpaid. But the more I've thought about it, I actually get it now. I get why it's underpaid, because it's the only way to truly represent the taxpayer. Because if we were getting paid high salaries in here and benefits, right? Well, we become, I think, kind of complacent, and we are $2 to $3 million over budget. And so when I say 15 million, There's many paths to get there. I'm trying to express that I do not think eliminating certain positions, I'm not focused on positions. If a position results in an elimination of a critical service, I would rather keep that position than keep retirement on existing employees. That is.
Mayor, it's our position that the positions, there's that word, that have been eliminated, if it's a critical function, and we believe planning is very important, we didn't eliminate that function, we eliminated a position that does that function, and we're placing it on someone else in addition to that other person's duties. So we're hybriding that.
So there will not be a reduction in service?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you have a person who's half doing this job and half doing that job, I can't speak to the frequency or volume of applications that are going to come through the door that require a planner's review. We have an engineer who we're going to look at getting, to help out with those. I think there might be some credentialing with that. And so we'll certainly do that. I mean, having an onboard engineer has saved us how much in...
From last fiscal year to this fiscal year, as you know, we had Kimley Horn as our third-party engineering contractor, and they were expensive, frankly. And having an on-staff engineer has saved over $63,000 between the invoices from last year to this year, which is really
and that's
good.
to date. Thank you for that.
That's to date.
That's to date, and we'll continue to track that. But I guess my point is I have no idea the frequency and volume of the work that will come in the future that will involve a planner, the need for a planner. I know we have to have a planning function. Right now we're proposing that we do it by a person who's going to do that and other duties. But if we get a rush, then we may have to farm that out if we can't handle that. So I think to the question about what is essential or not, Mayor, I'm going to tell you, and Council, I'm going to tell you that we have eliminated the positions that we believe are, quote, non-essential, and we've retained those that we believe are, and hybrided some till we continue that function. But if we're going to continue to cut, then we're going to have to see how those cuts will reduce those additional services that those departments provide.
I understand. I think that
and I'll give you a perfect example, because this is the logic that in the discussions that we're having. We have a human resources component, but we are reducing from our budget any and all training and education programs that our employees would need or would like to do so that they can maintain their credentialing. You can get it on your own, go spend your own money, or you can do something free and online. And since we're reducing that to where we're not going to get those things in that manner, our human resources department, we look at needing to keep that because we need a personnel now to help out with in-house training to maintain our credentialing. But if we have to go cut lower, okay, then we have to lose a person from that department, and that becomes a department of one. If we say, well, you only need one person in IT, well, then we get rid of that other position or that half position and let him do whatever he's doing. We're looking at the parks positions, like I said. That's not operating any of our facilities. That's leasing them out to someone else. That's apparently non-essential. That's what we've determined. Other than that, I have an admin person. We can eliminate that position. We can eliminate any admin positions and make the operational people do their admin work as well. Because if you continue to cut, that's where we're going to be. And everyone's going to be multi-hat wearing, and your phones are going to ring and your emails are going to be blown up by people who are not happy with their level of service. And I'm just being real with this council.
And so our job is to have an understanding of how the level of service will change so that we can fund a budget that will try to mitigate that from happening.
And that's why I'm going into the weeds right here, right now, because you need to understand what 1.9 is going to look and feel like right now, honestly, before you start talking about any additional cuts. And I know that doesn't sit well with the millage rate that you want, but it is what it is. And I would ask that question I've asked, what kind of city do you want to be?
Well, I think we knew this was not going to be easy. And I firmly believe that this entire city is focused on this solution. And with that, Council, are there any other comments? How about we take a break and then try to get to it? So, want to take a recess, City Manager? Good. Okay.
Yep.
It's 3:40. I think once we all get back in here, we can reconvene. All right, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is 4:03 p.m. We are continuing our City Council workshop here at City Hall Council Chambers. And yes, thank you all for allowing me to talk through that. I think there's some other materials maybe be helpful to see. Take a look at the rest. We are under the discussion of we received a presentation, and I think I might have the old agenda. There's a revised agenda.
Mayor,
the deficit reductions is what we were under, right?
Yes, we were. And Joey has just a number to throw at you for now before we move on to item 5.2, revenue possibilities. Go ahead, Joey.
So we've calculated an additional reduction in expense via reducing more employees from the city, and taking away the 2% increase, the 3% increase, and the investment on the behalf of the employees, and implementing 1 furlough day per month, and the additional cuts we've brought up. It would be a total of $860,000.
That was how many positions?
And that was 7 positions, and additionally, we looked into council's salary.
Right, so you eliminated the council's salary from that as well?
Correct.
I told him to do that. Well, I figured we're all in this together.
That $3,800 or whatever it is going to kill me annually. I'm going to have to leave y'all.
I appreciate that.
100% reduction.
It's 100% reduction in council members' salaries. So I just, to illustrate, we're not,
Are we part of?
A rollback would mean another $1.8 million. That's just the 0.8 of it. That's eliminating 2 more people out of infrastructure maintenance. The remaining 3 infrastructure maintenance employees under PARCA, those are people who are supposed to maintain those facilities, whether we're occupying them or leasing them. So we would have to enter into lease agreements probably where the tenants would have to maintain the facilities for us if we eliminate those people. That would reduce our work crews out there to just cutting lawns, 5 people, and we still have to buy them the equipment to do that, which we've already calculated in our budget. That eliminates my administrative assistant, that eliminates 1 person in HR, so no person working on training and no person working on our claims. Interesting story, we've contracted with a service that's free to us. They get paid if there's a claim. That service, we're being sued for a palm tree falling down on a motor vehicle, and as it turns out, weeks before that, someone ran into that tree and was arrested by the sheriff's office, and it weakened that tree. So that certainly strengthens our position in this case. I don't want to say any more, but that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for that employee working in that regard, and that saves the city money. And so, if we're going to talk dollars and cents, we have to talk services and what that would look like. I don't know how many employees we would have left in this city at that point, Joey. If you can tell me that figure, that would be an additional. How many people would you just cut right there? Another 6 or 7?
I would need a second to count this.
Okay.
Is the council that you cut our salaries part of that 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's 5 council people cut and 2 employees cut.
No, not 2 employees. We're talking 3 more from PARCA, 2 more from IM, 1 from HR, so that's 6. My secretary, that's 7.
Plus council.
Plus council's salary, absolutely.
We'd be left with 21 funded employees.
21 employees. Thank you. And how many total or in the general fund?
That's just general fund.
Okay.
How many do we have in this original budget that we're comparing against proposed?
1 second, please.
And while he's calculating that, I think there's some ancillary costs that the council should understand. There are turnover replacement costs. You're losing your institutional knowledge when you lose your people. You're talking about 40% salary for frontline staff, 80% for your tech jobs, 200% managers and directors. And I'm not sure how to explain those numbers right now, but this is data that's coming to me from a staffer. The short-term savings from position elimination can be offset or exceeded by the long-term organizational costs. Key employees have already told me, so what we're saying here is when you lose institutional knowledge and you multi-hat wear jobs, you just throw all of this stuff on the people who are still here because we want to continue to provide a high level of service. You can only run so long, so hard, so fast like that before you just burn out.
Yeah, this is
Just do.
extreme. All this is extreme.
Well, it is, but it's what 1.8 million will look like.
I'm going to take the gavel back. Listen.
Thank you.
I want to make something very clear. I don't think that this is funny, any of this.
It's
okay?
not.
I don't. I think it's extremely serious.
It is.
And so let's get the number of employees that this budget has today.
So the budget we are proposing or have proposed and been talking about today has 33 employees.
I thought, oh.
I'm sorry, general fund employees.
Okay, and so when we say 66 or 67, that's when you include the
Yes, wastewater and storm.
Okay.
Wastewater has many employees, 15 to 20.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may, I am taking it seriously, and the laughing and joking, that wasn't prompted by me. But I did want to say that I'm hearing going to rollback, and I think that is a serious desire. I understand that. I want this council to know what that would look like now, because I don't want to engage the staff on having to do this exercise to come back to you later. I want to address it now, so you know what it looks like now. And that way we can just put it to bed, because morale is already very low. And it's going to continue to be low, and our services right now are probably going to continue to go down, not to go down, but the morale has a way of impacting services, and we're doing everything we can to keep morale up. We understand that we're in a serious budget situation. These employees understand that we're in a serious budget situation. They also understand that they had nothing to do with the mismanagement of our funds for the past 15 years. And they're the ones, they feel right now, Mayor, and council should hear this, they feel that they are taking the brunt of this. We understand we don't want to put it all on the taxpayers, but I think this council and this community needs to understand what's happening in the city of Cape Canaveral and how it's transitioning into the employee morale and welfare so that when you move forward discussing your millage rate and your cuts, what that really means, and the community truly understands what that means for the city of Cape Canaveral. These are people, they're not just numbers. And thank you for letting me say that.
You're welcome. I think the real progress on budget decisions, when we talk out loud and in numbers and it's not clear on the level of service and we hear legitimate people's lives being affected, I think this whole council takes that extremely serious, and I know that our city staff certainly does. And I think the progress that we made one of the biggest difficulties was getting access to adequate information as opposed to locked into a budget book PDF, flipping back page to page and presentations and all that. I think when we get into the spreadsheet called the Revenue and Expenditure History Balance Report, that was the single best way for us to see what we averaged over 5 years, what the current budget has, ideally year-to-date actuals to know where we are in this budget, and then the proposed budget. We can then run averages. I've got a spreadsheet that I want to, it needs adjustments because of the things, but I would like to get that at the next meeting. And then when we start rattling off numbers and cuts and reductions, we can see an organized line by line column to see, like when we just said, for example, there's another 866,000. It's really hard to interpret, at least for me, what that actually means or where that's coming from. And it certainly is difficult, I think, for our city staff. If our city staff can't do it, I don't think this council should expect to do it, and I don't think we're being asked, is what it means in the reduction of level of service as good as we can. And so I think between now and our next meeting, taking the exact spreadsheet that we used in the past and seeing side-by-side columns on historical, the budget we're in. You can keep the original proposed and then add that last column that says, well, here, this one is going down to this. And then we can do our best to go, okay, this is a position. It's being reduced. That position did these services. We don't know how we're going to overcome that. And so we feel like that it is going to delay response times to residents and that. And then we can say, you know what, we don't feel good about that. And I think that's the only way we're going to get it done. But my statement on is that a bunch of numbers are coming out, and it's really hard to process that. And I think it would result in an emotional decision of, oh yeah, that's too much. I think we can get to a number that is lower without dramatically reducing a bunch of positions. Again, I mean, yeah, council salary, the whole council budget combined is, elections is the largest item. It's like 50% of it. But I mean, we're talking 27,000 or 30,000 for all of us here in a year. And I think that's not how we do it. Of course, wipe the council budget out. Sure, if this council wants to do that, fine. But that to me is not any amount of money that's going to be significant. But sure, if we want to wipe it off, fine. Again, why would we not look at keeping as many people as possible and adjusting for the short time other things? Health insurance, and I can go down the list, but until we have this in front of us, we are not able to see that. And I understand it might result in some turnover, but I think that the people in every individual's life is different and circumstances are different. Some people need cash today. Some people would rather keep retirement, and some people might be willing to furlough, and I know that those decisions impact people's lives. And so what I want to do is look at it from a way of to reduce from what I heard 33 employees to 22. Is that right, Joey?
About 21.
21? Okay. Have we, yeah, I think there's other parts of the budget we would cut before we would cut positions that are critical. And there are hard conversations about certain benefits that we give before we cut critical positions. And so with that, I think I've certainly said enough. I think we're not going to get anywhere. Today's conversation was just understanding what does 2 million look like. And yes, I do have a desire to reduce expenditures. It is not this team's fault, we're right, and it's not this council's fault if we decide to cut back as far as this council wants to cut back. I think that was bad vision on former councils that did not accurately assess the true ongoing costs. And I think that the people can agree with that at large today. And we are the council that can hopefully correct it. And so there are other parts of this agenda. I think we've spent some time on the deficit reductions, capital operational personnel, revenue possibilities. It looks like we've got a list here of several, and then we are scheduled to adjourn. So in closing my statements, and I want council to certainly talk, would be, could we get an amended revenue and expenditure balance sheet with keep the original proposed budget that had the $20 million in expenditures? Like, that's the one I think that exists, that sense. And then add one more column that shows where we are today, and we can say, nope, add that back in, put that back. And if there's a need for another column, like here's option 1, where we go aggressive on personnel. Here's one where we try to keep as many personnel as we can, but we adjust maybe insurance, salaries, furlough, retirement, things for a year or two. We have to be creative, and I would say consider extending long-term contracts with employees if you can bear through 12, 24 months with us. I think the city owes it to those employees to say, we're going to give something in return on the other side, and that's administrative decisions. But I'm just trying to think outside the box, and that is that's all I want to say. And so, council, do we want to see a side-by-side spreadsheet that could be presented on our screen in front of us at the next meeting, so we can go through and actually see what these?
That would be helpful.
If that's the pleasure of the council.
It was very helpful for me, I think.
I like that. I'm sitting here looking at one from last year, the analysis I did. So I think more of that we can look at, so we know what the expenditures actually are and what we want to cut.
That's good. Finance director, city manager, is that something that basically it's what our finance director has already sent out, and then adding in this column on what we've discussed, and if we feel like we want to add option 1, option 2, option B, and those are columns, I can follow that. I can make quick decisions on that. We can get these meetings over with, and I think ultimately move forward with whatever the council wants to do.
And Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes,
okay.
Please, I'm finished.
I would love to see the employee benefits, because of the fact that I had looked up, we pay 100, when we did the handbook, I noticed we pay 100% of long-term disability. All insurance has a premium that you pay for it, and other cities don't pay that. So I'd like to look and be able to analyze that more than just saying, well, here's retirement and what we're paying. Because if we have things that we've done traditionally over time that are not as expensive, for example, the premium on long-term disability usually with companies is one of the lower premiums, but that could help towards the deficit, that we're trying to take care of. Any amount like that would help. Also, I appreciated Officer Coates' information, but we need to look at this, because I know that I sat on council when we had a quasi-judicial ruling with a lien on a property that was $86,000 in fees. I don't know what we collect in any notice violation or code enforcement fees, or if we're even getting those. Am I missing that somewhere on our budget?
I think, where would that show up?
I'm sorry, I was going to text a message to our city manager. Can you repeat your question, please?
Where in the budget would I see any fees collected for code enforcement violations?
I believe we have a revenue account number for that.
Okay, and liens, when we recover money for liens, because those are things that, to me, if we're doing the work and we're not seeing it, then how do I know if that's an effective an employee we might need? So as we sit there looking at cuts, I want to make sure that, and I get what Officer Coates was saying, because we've always been a city that we try to be kind to our residents. We have new things happening now with code violations that are like, oh, really? I can't believe that just happened. So some of those things, I think we definitely need some of that done. So maybe not on, we don't want to nitpick everyone to death, but if there are large code violations and things like that, I want to make sure we're getting them. And I don't know where to find that. And if it's pointed out monthly or in our meetings, so that we know, where that revenue is and what kind of revenue that is.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, I think you bring up a good point. Like, as director of CED, I'd be happy to give a more nuanced look at what council or what the department does day to day, so you can make the better decisions of what is essential and what is not. Because as you know, CED is a big department, right? It does a lot of different duties. So I think even in terms of like emergency management and whatnot, we could do that exercise to show you, because those, like what you're talking about with that, is a really good example of how that could work.
Yeah, I have no idea if we even get any money for code enforcement violations or not at this point.
And go through the contracted services and stuff like that.
And I'm a firm believer, council, of always being able to do things more efficiently. And I think that Deckard is a great example of that, because there are people violating, and I think if we had notices of violations being mailed or emailed to those property owners, that might get at their attention. So I think there's process improvements we can make on the backside. The software, I'm not sold on it anymore, because we're not getting any money out of this. We're paying money for it, and there are gaps in it. But I think that we have multiple things that we could look at, but I would love a breakdown before we start just whacking people out of that department, because I don't understand I understand the roles, but I don't understand the financial impact.
So Mayor, if I may, we're prepared to come back to another workshop, because we do have other items to go over. It's important you hear from the attorney on a couple of these items under 5.2, but we can come back to you with a breakdown on what cuts in Parker would look like, what CED does, our benefits, lay those out for you, so you have a better appreciation for those things. And we can present that at your next workshop, which hopefully you'll be able to select a date tonight for another one. Okay.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem, was there anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Council, Member Willis?
To Mayor Pro Tem's point, wouldn't that fine be under fines and fees? Okay, all right. Fines and forfeitures, I believe, is what it is.
Yes, some of those are related to the BCSO, but the line right under that one, we have a line for violations of local ordinances, and we budget $2,500 of revenue a year, so very low.
And see, that's what I'm talking about. I know of one address that the lien amount was $86,000. So how can it be $2,500?
Was that lien collected?
That's who knows? I don't know. So what kind of follow-up are we doing to see, are we getting the money that's out there? I don't have any idea. I know I ruled on it in a quasi-judicial manner, and I know that another couple of addresses had notices of violations that should have been pretty big ones. And, so as we look at that whole process, there could be more funding there than what we're getting, is what my point is. Okay, so now no.
Good. Councilmember King or Shoriat?
I'm just flummoxed here, because I don't know, it seems to me that the answers are pretty self-evident. But if you want to get it into a more granular level, I'm willing to do that. I think the outcome is going to be pretty much the same, basically. If like the city manager says that, the employees are already feeling like the onus is on them, that's not a good thing. And really, the people who the onus ought to be on may or may not be in this audience right now. And I don't know. I'm willing to go to do what the sentiment of the council is, but I ultimately think we're going to end up in the same place. And I think that same place is what the city manager has already outlined. That ultimately, if we keep cutting and slashing and taking out people that are essential to funding the city and keeping the city at least in a place where essential services are being met maybe a little more slowly, but they're being met, then I think we're doing our job. And that's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoryak, any comments before we transition?
I guess one thing, I guess it's probably not a discussion for this meeting, but some of the places where we've spent our money in the past years, like the $1 million parking lot next door, community center, can we look into leasing them out or selling them or something and reduce our debt, or actually use that money to rebuild our reserves? So, I mean, it's probably not a discussion for right now, but we're looking for a source of funding. There's $1.2 million sitting right there.
I think that these workshops are absolutely, that's a conversation to have, and whether it's just kind of rethinking the model, as our city manager talked about leasing, renting. Yes, I would like to talk more about that and hear from our director who might have some ideas as well. So yes, why don't we make sure that we specify that on the next agenda? So, okay. If there's not any other comments, we can go ahead and I think move on to the next item. Mr. City Manager, I think we're on item 5.2, revenue possibilities.
We are, thank you, Mayor. And if it's all right with the council, proposed ordinance on solid waste reserve fund discussion. We did want to talk about it here, but it is going to be before you on the agenda this evening. Our goal, and I'm looking at the clock, our goal was to hit it so you understand it now, so you can better and quicker process it this evening. So, I mean, we can talk about it now, or you can talk about it later, or both, but that was the item A. Fire assessment, you absolutely need to hear the city attorney's presentation because that's something we'll want to discuss again this evening. I'll leave it to him to talk about item C, and then I just need direction from this council on D and E, and that hopefully will be quick. So I'll turn it over to the city attorney. However, well, do you want to hear on item A? Because again, that will come back this evening.
If it's going to come back this evening, my thought would be let's hit the ones that maybe we're not going to hear council.
Well, if we have time, go back to A.
Go back, okay.
Yeah, prioritize them by.
So I turn the mic over to Anthony for item B then, fire assessment. Will it operate from up here? It will operate from up here? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Well, that's good.
Make sure it's turned on all these years.
Yeah, make sure it's turned.
Look at that. Does it work? Yeah, it actually works from up here. What do you know? Okay, so there's been some mention of fire assessment through the meetings and some other of seeking revenue sources. So let me put my mic on first. And so the manager and I have been talking about it, you know, from an operational standpoint and from a strategic standpoint. So what I'm about to present on fire assessment as well as the solid waste reserve fund, those two items are not immediate infusions of revenue into the city. These are more strategic restructuring of revenue sources for critical services that the city has to provide. So this strategic restructuring really results in a more transparent information regarding the revenues and expenses for those critical services, as well as accountability and ensuring financial sustainability. So it requires a restructuring. Right now, as you know, and you're wrestling with it, unfortunately, is that so much is jammed into the general fund. It's very difficult to break it out, right? And ensure that you have revenue sufficiency to cover expenses for critical services. This is a strategic restructuring of revenue sources. And so moving on the fire assessment. So I want to cover the basics regarding this, and I have about 11 slides. And as I mentioned, this is a consideration of a dedicated, it's a legally structured funding option for fire services and facilities. And there are a lot of technical legal requirements that apply. So I'm going to go through explaining what a fire assessment is. I'm going to summarize the legal test for a valid non-ad valorem special assessment for fire services in particular. I'm going to identify generally what the recoverable and non-recoverable service costs are. And I'm also going to review the adoption steps and how the city council controls the fire assessment on an annual basis as part of the budget process. I'm also going to discuss the available methods for with 2 tiers of property benefits. This is going to be based on a model I worked on many years ago that's been in place in the city of Cocoa since 2006. I've been intimately involved with fire assessments for a very long period of time in my career. So next steps and then I'll discuss next steps to immediately proceed without delay, okay, for getting something like this in place for next fiscal year, which would be 2027, 2028. Time is really of the essence if the council wants to even consider that option. And I'll explain later in the presentation why time is of the essence. So fire assessment basics. A fire assessment is a charge imposed against real property to pay for fire services provided by the city of Cape Canaveral, in this example. It's an assessment, it's not a tax, and can appear on the tax bill. Similar to taxes, it will be mandatory and generates revenue for public services and facilities, in this particular case, fire services. It's different from taxes in that a special assessment must provide a special benefit to the assessed property. General taxes do not. The authority comes from home rule, and it doesn't come from a general taxing law, like a millage rate. That comes from general taxing law. Legislature has to authorize it. That's not the case for fire assessment. There are legal requirements. Generally, it's a 2-pronged test. There's a lot of legal authority out there. It gets complicated, but generally, Florida case law requires both elements for a valid non-ad valorem special assessment. The first prong is what they call a special benefits test. The second prong is fair apportionment. So what that means generally is that the property that is being assessed must derive, 1, a special benefit from the services or the improvements that are being provided, or the facility provided by the city. And then that assessment that's imposed on each property must be fairly and reasonably apportioned among all of the benefit properties. And that's where your study comes in. The methodology requires some complex data gathering, complex number crunching, and it has to be done by somebody that really knows what they're doing. Or, you could suffer the consequences because an unlawful assessment is deemed an unlawful tax by courts. So the methodology would have to be adopted connects the fire service benefit to the real property and allocates the costs to all of the real properties based on a fair and reasonable apportionment of the costs. Now, what are the recoverable fire service costs? Generally, the general recoverable costs are traditional fire protection services, fire suppression readiness, and I'm going to talk about that later, what that means, and response. Readiness and response. Also includes first responder medical aid, and there's a big caveat to that, stabilization, first aid, and basic life support. What's not recoverable are EMS services above first responder level, medical transport costs, advanced medical services, and then government-owned property assessments is not recoverable. So the fire services, again, provide that special benefit to the property. EMS, beyond first responder services, generally does not meet that special benefit to property test. Now, there was some discussion earlier, and there was some discussion about, well, why don't we recover certain fees, EMS fees, for example, regarding fire responses. I can tell you that, one, Florida law prohibits the recovery of those fees or those costs for motor vehicle accidents. It's prohibited. On the other hand, you can incorporate some first responder medical aid in the fire special assessment when that aid is directed to real property. It becomes part of the fire special assessment, but not all of it. So there are limitations on what can and cannot be recovered in a motor vehicle accident. There are some exceptions to that, of course, like hazardous waste cleanup regarding a motor vehicle accident, and then EMS transport and treatment. That's a different category of EMS services. There's the ability to recover that in a motor vehicle accident too, but that's not the topic of this discussion, so I just wanted to mention it because it was mentioned earlier. So I really would like to finish the PowerPoint presentation. I didn't mention that at the beginning before any questions, because I think it's going to all flow here. So why consider a fire assessment versus keeping the fire department under your general fund budget and funding it with millage taxes? One, the fire assessment, special assessment, is a stable revenue source. It's a dedicated revenue source, and it's an accountable revenue source tailored towards the fire department. Revenues do not fluctuate with property values or broader economic conditions. It diversifies revenue sources and reduces reliance on ad valorem funding, which you're experiencing today. It creates a dedicated funding source for the fire department. The revenue raised by the assessment must be used for fire services and facilities within the city of Cape Canaveral, not port facilities, but for services within the city of Cape Canaveral, the jurisdictional limits. It can be designed to fund all or only a specified portion of the fire department budget. That's a whole annual exercise. Anybody that would present to you what other communities may charge for a fire assessment is just woefully irrelevant to what you potentially could impose or not impose. It is going to be, that assessment amount is going to be so tailored and so specific to Cape Canaveral that comparisons to other communities, what they may or may not impose, is just going to be useless data to you, in my humble opinion of doing this. Annual rate control. The City Council retains absolute policy control each and every fiscal year during the annual budget process. It's a budget need. There's a cost recovery percentage, whether it's partial assessment of all costs or all of the cost. And then there's an assessment rate that's imposed to various properties based on lawful categories. You don't treat a single-family home similar to you don't provide a assessment fee on a single-family home similar to what you would impose on a hotel. There will be tiers of fees based on whatever the study develops. And that's very particular to the property data in a particular location. The City Council will determine the level of the rate and the cost recovery percentage each and every year. There will be it's advisable to create a maximum rate when it's initially created, that which would preserve flexibility for future annual adjustments. So when a fire assessment is created, there's usually an initial rate for the current fiscal year, and then when you initially set it up, you establish a crystal ball maximum rate, and you start off, property owners will pay the initial rate. That maximum rate is a cap It serves similar to the, the notice, for example, that you're using for millage purposes, that 4.5 mil as a cap. When you establish a maximum fire assessment rate, it serves as a cap. So any fiscal year, you can stay below that cap. You don't have to renotice over and over and over again. So it's a strategic advantage to creating a maximum rate. It's done all the time, at least I'm aware of. So accountability comes from the annual budget process. As I mentioned, there's a rate setting hearing that's going to occur every annual year, and there's going to be a roll certification decision that's made. The annual tax roll for all of the properties that will be assessed, that roll is technically adopted every year during every annual budget based on the rates that are established. So there's a whole process. The initial adoption process is going to require 2 public hearings are required for the initial adoption. The first hearing, as I mentioned, is going to, it's going to establish the intended rate and the maximum rate, and then a notice and an ad gets published. And then there's a second hearing, and that's actually the adoption hearing. So you kind of got this preliminary initial hearing that you put out all the notices, and then you will have a second public hearing just on establishing the rate and the maximum rate during the initial hearing. That process must be completed by the fiscal year end or whatever the property appraiser's deadline may be. And the notices that go out to property owners, very, very detailed. They are not prepared in-house. The council's not going to reword them. They're going to be very precise legal notices with the correct information that needs to go out to the residents, advising them of the assessment that's being proposed. Establishing the maximum rate above the initial rate preserves, as I mentioned, that future flexibility. It's the temporary cap. After the initial maximum rates are adopted, future increases up to the maximum may avoid the dual hearing and the first class mail notice. And if you stay below the maximum, essentially you just have that second hearing, right, every year during the budget process to keep the assessment going. Proposed methodology is where it gets a little dicey and complex. The availability method. It's a simple 2-tier rate structure for all residential and non-residential parcels. Tier 1 is typically a flat fee per parcel. Tier 2 is a variable fee per improved parcel. So, and there's some methodology to all of that, but there are certain readiness to serve expenses that the fire department has to cover every single year. It's the readiness to serve. All property owners benefit from the readiness to serve. But when you get into the tier 2 analysis, you start looking at structural value and replacement cost. And based on the structure around the property, the rate that you pay will vary significantly depending on the properties throughout the city. So this type of tier 1, tier 2 approach is far easier to maintain administratively than actually going out and doing calls for service methodology. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about tier 1, tier 2 methodology, this readiness to serve methodology. It uses, as I mentioned, it's going to use publicly available data from the county property appraiser. The assessments will not shift based on changes in call demand, because if you use the property appraiser data about the values of structures, there's no need to change assessments based on call demand. So it does not distinguish between property classifications because you're looking at structural values, apportions the available fire service based on this 2-tiered benefit. And there's a mathematical equation, and believe it or not, these consultants will tell you parcel by parcel, once you create this methodology, what the rate is based on this 2-tiered approach. So all properties will, as I mentioned, receive the readiness availability of fire protection services. So vacant or developed parcels are charged the same Tier 1 rate because all parcels benefit equally from on-call fire protection. Because it's available 24/7, year-round, and you have to pay that cost whether or not the fire department responds, right? It has to be ready to serve. It's one of those services. So I show you like what needs to be readily available, right? You got to respond to fire incidents, first respond to medical aid for occupants, containment of liability and spread of fire to other properties, enhance property value and marketability, enhance marketability of and/or ability to develop property. Those are recognized benefits to real property that support a readiness to serve fire assessment methodology. Then you get into Tier 2. As I mentioned, it's basically the protection from loss of structure, meaning if there's a fire, having a fire department protects, arguably, right, the loss of structure because they're going there to put out a fire rather than watch it burn to the ground. So it improves this Tier 2 will apply to the improved properties only. And then it's applied based on a calculation. You basically determine like an equivalent benefit unit based on like a $5,000 of structure value as a pin, so to speak. Like each $5,000 of structural value equals one equivalent benefit unit, and then depending on the value of the structure, that determines the number of equivalent benefit units, and then you establish a rate for each equivalent benefit unit, and lo and behold, it comes out with a dollar amount that particular property will be responsible for paying for Tier 2. So there's a science to it. The charge is based on structure value, not assessed value, which is important. Improved properties receive protection from loss of structures due to fire, as I mentioned, and having that fire protection helps support insurability of the property and attractive insurance rates. And then fire suppression, of course, protects value on the property and reduces potential loss of investment in the event the structure is destroyed. It's sort of an avoidance of damage by having a fire department put out fires before it burns to the ground. So it definitely diminishes the cost of replacement. Rather have the fire put out rather than the building just burn to the ground. I think that there's probably going to be a cost of replacement differential between the two situations. So where did all this come from? It came from Moores versus City of Cape Coral, kind of technically in terms of legal support, but in this case, it was a case of first impression, at least for the Florida Supreme Court. With that said, I can tell you that the City of Cocoa adopted that methodology that I just kind of very generally went through back in the early 2000s when we established a fire assessment. Cape Coral adopted the similar methodology, and their particular assessment made it all the way to the Florida Supreme Court in 2015. And the City of Cape Coral prevailed. The court found that the special benefit prong that I talked about was affirmed, right? Then the apportionment prong with the two-tiered methodology was likewise affirmed by the court as being a lawful way to do a fire assessment. In that particular case, of course, the court noted and emphasized, well, the city commissioned a professional study before adopting the methodology, which itself supported the reasonableness of the approach, right? And that the Tier 1 was rationally reflected the general availability of fire protection, while Tier 2 rationally reflected the additional benefit to improve properties from protection against structural loss. The court recognized all of that, and that the court also recognized that the use of property appraiser's structural value for Tier 2 calculations was reasonable because the property appraiser is statutorily required to use replacement cost in determining that value. So those prongs were upheld by the Florida Supreme Court. The apportionment prong, which was based on the professional study that was done and the methodology created by the same consultant that helped the city of Cocoa establish their fire assessment, was upheld by the Florida Supreme Court. I had the pleasure of participating in this case because the Florida League of Cities asked me to prepare a Friends of the Court brief, which I filed on behalf of the Florida League of Cities and the city of Cocoa regarding this case. Big case. So the key policy choices for the city council, these are future policy choices after a fire assessment study is done. Without a fire assessment study, you can't answer these policy questions. What portion of the fire department cost should be recovered by assessment? As I mentioned, it could be a partial assessment, it could be full cost assessment. You know, where that lands will be subject to the discretion of the city council. What the maximum rate should be established to preserve future flexibility, again, a policy decision for the city council to make once you have a study. How should the city communicate the methodology and property owner impact? You know, educating the public, getting their participation in this process will be important. So that's another policy decision. What exemptions will apply, implementation deadlines, enroll certification requirements, how all that's going to play out, that's all going to be future policy decisions. You can't get there until you have a fire assessment study to tell you what it's going to look like, potentially. So what are the next steps? Time is really of the essence if the council wants to impose a fire assessment or even think about imposing a fire assessment next fiscal year because of certain deadlines. So to preserve the city's ability to use the tax bill collection method, which is the most convenient and legally supported method of collecting, because it goes on the tax bill and it's going to be collected just like taxes, certain things have to happen. The city is going to have to proceed with advertising the notice of intent to use the uniform method of collection of non-ad valorem assessments by January 1, 2027. That's like several months away from now. That ad has to be published 4 consecutive weeks in a newspaper. And then the city council is going to have to conduct a public hearing on a council resolution formally electing to timely preserve that right to use the uniform method of collection. So you have to go through this advertisement requirement by the end of this year. It's got to be 4 consecutive weeks, and then the council has to adopt a resolution technically by the end of the year to at least state the city's intentions to use this collection methodology. If the city goes forward with this notice, there's no commitment on the city council's part to impose a fire assessment. Doesn't obligate the city to impose the fire assessment at all. What it does is just put a placeholder out there that when the time comes and the city council evaluates the study and decides to move forward with the assessment, you have already made the decision that the collection vehicle is your intentions were already stated. Short of that, then you would not be able to use the collection method if the council adopted it next year. And the city would have to find another way to try to collect the fire assessment it would have imposed until it can go through this process. So, as I put, one is the actual advertisement. The second point here is that the city council really needs to authorize the preparation of the assessment study. If you have want to have any consideration of a fire assessment next year, it needs to be done, and it needs to be done relatively soon, because this will take a while to implement and go through the whole public hearing and education process. How the study plays out, it plays out in 2 phases. At least that's the way I would structure the contract. Phase 1 would develop the fire rescue assessment report. It could commence as early as September, yes, September of this year, and I'm going to talk about that if the council's inclined to move forward. And then phase 2 would be the optional phase 2 would be the implementation assistance that would be required to implement the assessment, assuming the city council, after the fire assessment report was received, studied, reviewed, heard, discussed, turned over upside down 6 ways to Sunday, council decides to move forward next fiscal year and to implement the fire assessment, you got a phase 2 cost. And that would commence next year. So in terms of phase 1, development of fire rescue assessment report, I have spoken with a very dear colleague of mine who was the architect in designing and writing up the 2-tiered methodology that helped COCO implement it, helped Cape Coral implement it. Mike Burton is extremely knowledgeable on fire assessments. He is willing to, he's semi-retired, and he does work with the company Raftellus on a part-time basis. He is willing to come and help the city and do the fire assessment study through Raftellus. And phase 1 expense could be expensed this fiscal year. Just for phase 1, it would be a little over $27,000. And that started, his work would commence in September. You would likely have the report sometime January. So, the next steps would be, if the council is inclined to move forward with this. Oh, I should mention too, time is of the essence, because everybody in a lot of other cities that don't have a fire assessment are all waiting to see, right, what happens, this November with the election on Amendment 3. They have, a lot of other cities are considering doing a fire assessment. There are only, in my view, there's probably 3 to 5 consultants in the state of Florida that really know this stuff extremely well. Mike Burton being, I think, one of them, and in my opinion, probably the best of them all. They're going to be in high demand if they're not already. And, so if the council wants to preserve this option for consideration next fiscal year, time is of the essence for 2 reasons. You really got to move forward with the notice for the of intent to use the uniform method of collection, and then you need to move forward with a study. Of course, these are all policy decisions. I will stop there.
Anthony, I have a question. Mr. Mayor, may I? Okay, is the cost of either Tier 1 or Tier 2 paid for by the property owner? Is that cost deductible, or does it reduce their homeowner insurance rate?
It's not, my understanding, it's not deductible because it's a non-ad valorem assessment. It's not a tax. So I don't think non-ad valorem.
So it would not impact their homeowner's insurance rate?
But homeowner's insurance rate is affected by the fact that you have a fire department in the first place, right? That's number one, and so that's.
Okay.
That doesn't change. This is just changing how the city pays for it.
All right, I don't mean to challenge this, all right, but I did look up Cape Coral. You mentioned that they implemented it, and it's quite controversial. Their recent rate trajectory for Tier 1, for example, in 2021, it was $147.42. It has steadily increased over the years till this year, in 2026, it's $349.32. What is to prevent this rate from increasing year after year after year out of the homeowner's pocket?
Again, this is, the rates do go up year after year.
Okay, the question is why, yeah.
Because they cover expenses. Why does the fire department's budget go up every year?
So we would still be paying for fire protection. I'm trying to understand this. we would be paying for fire protection, like with our fire department, in addition to this?
No, this
No,
would be
this would
instead of it.
replace that?
It would replace it, and I'm sitting here looking at the fire rescue department's budget.
Okay.
In 2016, 2017, it was right around $1.8 million. Okay, since then, it is up to, the what is our 3.7, I think is what we were just saying, or close to.
Around there, yeah.
So in that amount of time, it's doubled anyway. It'd be removed from the general fund, which is where your taxpayer dollars are coming into, and be put on the county clerk's bill to you for your property taxes, your trim notice.
Right.
With an amount based on the fee structure that you were saying.
It does prevent that opportunity. It prevents the opportunity to use the fire assessment to pay, right, the fire services, right, that the city provides to all properties, and there could be an offset in the millage rate, right? Because you would not need the millage rate to fund the fire department if you did a full cost assessment. So it takes it could alleviate the pressure on the millage rate.
Okay.
And then you have a dedicated revenue source with the fire assessment that's more accountable. You will be looking at their specific budget, the costs, and costs out of the costs, right?
Okay. So each person, each property owner would be paying a different price depending on the assessment, right? Their particular assessment.
It would be fairly, like, what the consultants will do is they take the budget, or the operating expenses of the fire department, and they will look at it, right? And then at the end of the day, that amount has to be apportioned to the properties. So, single-family homes, right, for the most part, right, that, they're gonna be in one kind of bucket, and then your hotels are gonna be in another, right? Because structural value varies tremendously. So those with higher structural value have more to protect and will pay a higher assessment on the tier 2 part of the assessment rate.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand this so that we can explain it to the people when they're asking us about it, if we decide to vote on this. Each individual property would be assessed according to the building materials, the age of the structure, is it wood? I mean, is it like that?
No, structural. It's going to be the structural value
The value.
of the property
Okay.
from the property appraiser's database.
Okay. All right.
Not the assessed value, the structural value. That's what's used.
Okay. So in other words, what we're doing is we're shifting this over into a fee structure. This is a fee. This will not show up on your taxes because it's not a tax. You're not being taxed on this anymore for fire protection. You're going to pay a fee.
Assessment.
It'll be on your tax bill as a non-ad valorem assessment.
I got that. Yeah. Okay.
And it also, in my opinion, as one of 5, it also protects you if Amendment 3 passes, because the one thing that everyone says is you're going to lose fire services, you're going to lose police, our trash pickup and that kind of thing is in our enterprise budget that covers itself all the time. So if we move fire over there, your fire services are protected. And then I had a question for you, City Attorney, about this, because I was looking up, after I discussed with the city manager this, the fact that a municipal service benefit could potentially be set up for BCSO services as well, because that's what I was told, is that special taxing district could be set up, and BCSO services be done in the same manner, which that would move a large portion. That would mean moving over $7 million out of our ad valorem expenses, and those being covered by homeowners, which means for less than $1,000, for $780 for these numbers we've gotten so far, I'd have my policing services and my fire services paid for annually, and my taxes wouldn't have to go off the charts to cover them, more or less. So, can we do that with a municipal?
I brought it up in the
Yeah.
meeting before and asked.
Right.
I
A
don't know.
municipal service taxing unit is it has to be, first of all, it has to be approved by the city council, city council, strike that.
County.
It's a county mechanism. The county commission would have to authorize a municipal taxing unit within a municipality, and the municipality would have to consent. And then the county would establish the tax rate. It's a millage rate. And to fund the benefits in the municipal service taxing unit. So the county commission would have control over setting that rate. I think law enforcement can be in an MSTU, but you know, what's the fundamental difference between, I mean, the city would be losing on an MSTU, losing the ability to set the rate. Whatever the MSTU millage tax rate is goes against the 10 mil cap that a municipality has, right? So if the county were to impose 2 mil for the MSTU benefit within a city, then the city's maximum cap would be 8, right? So there's some strings attached to it.
Okay, thank you. Now, and I'm going to ask you one more while you've got me. So I know that there's like a hard date set for September 15th for, and there would have to be a mailing 20 days before to put this out there for the upcoming year. And without the study, and I'm just going to ask, okay, you can shoot me down, but I'm going to ask, is there any way to move it forward so we could do it this year and remove $3.8 million out of our budget? Because I feel like if we contracted with the person to do the study, that shows intent. And even if we just equally divided the $3.8 million, that a credit could be given next year, or another bill attached next year once the study is complete. Is there any way to get that, an approval from anyone legislatively or court-wise, since we're in unprecedented times?
I don't think it's possible to impose a special assessment for this fiscal year.
Okay. Well,
What you're referring to is the hearing schedule for a duly enacted special assessment. I mean,
could the governor override that?
Which governor? And the governor doesn't. I mean, I don't think that's.
No, I'm asking, I'm not being facetious. I think that the procedures are good, and I'm so appreciative for this presentation. It's great information. And I totally agree with you, City Attorney. Cities are going to move on this fast, because the closer you get to Amendment 3 passing, it is what's going to protect their fire services, and in some cases the ones that have police departments that might set up that municipal benefit service tax special taxing district. So I believe we need to move on it, is my personal opinion, to get that out of there. And then if the budget isn't as high because you've moved those high ticket items out of it, it does impact your ad valorem taxes for our people here in the city going forward. That's going to be brought right out of that budget. And so it makes it more clean and manageable. And then
Plus it has to fairly and reasonably apportion the cost of fire services. Right now, there is no fair and reasonable apportionment because you're paying for it out of the millage rate.
No, and I understand. And then another question in regards to this, because it's long-term planning, it appears to be. I wish it was tomorrow, and I'd put the cart before the horse if we could get away with it. But you got to tell me we'd be able to have a reasonable ability to get away with that. Because I think that when you're in a situation like we're in, there should be some relief that we can, some permission for relief that we could get. But question two, another question I have in regards to that general fund and what we're doing with our money is that when I met with the auditors this year, they told me that we could set up a hurricane fund, and the difference with a hurricane and emergency fund is that with it, that type of fund, and I'm not sure what type of fund it was, that you could use the money for anything with that particular fund as long as there was a vote by council. And I would like to look at that as we look at going forward. I may not even be here, but I would like to look at that because of the fact that no one keeps their savings account right in with all of their expenses that's being, and that would move it to a place where it would cover our finance director and it wouldn't be moved unless, or accidentally overspent or whatever. And so that's one that I would like to see, Mr. Mayor, move forward.
Well, that's going to be part of, well, apparently at this point, it's probably going to be part of the discussion at the regular council meeting, because the solid waste reserve fund ordinance that's on the agenda for first reading does predominantly that. It establishes a reserve fund for solid waste services, for full cost accounting for solid waste services, including emergency debris removal and all that other stuff that takes up the bulk of the expense when you're dealing with like hurricane, like emergency relief, right? So we'll be talking about that. I was hoping to have the presentation during this meeting just to get you going on it. But we'll talk about it again at the regular meeting. And it's a committed fund. I mean, the council, the fire assessment, it will be a committed fund. I mean, this is not, this is a strategic shift in the revenue, the ability to impose the revenue. It's a restructuring of the revenue rather than taking it from millage. You take it from a dedicated special assessment, it becomes dedicated. You don't take fire assessment revenues and spend it on toys, all right? It's for fire protection, EMS services, period, end of story, and the council controls the rate that's imposed.
I think if there's any loose ends, I think it's important that we should adjourn as soon as possible, and anything that we did not go over, I think this council could consider adding it on to the next agenda. Council, do we want, I think it's been a long day, do we want to take a gap, and then any direction our city manager or our city attorney needs from receiving this? I think it's important we give that at this next meeting, if that works for everyone.
We can move it till this evening.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to present, perhaps we can work that in on the trash or the reserve.
Yeah, I will give, during the first reading, I'll give the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So you have the benefit of that, and then the manager could, if he wants, so the council wants to put this on the next, I'll put it on the upcoming agenda just for some direction. I mean, really, the notice of intent to use the uniform method of collection is a no-brainer. If you have any inkling, even if it's a 5% inkling, next year, getting that notice published by January 1 is a placeholder. It doesn't commit the city to do a fire assessment. The only commitment is really needed. The manager has $20,000 spending authority. In this particular case, Mr. Burton is agreeing to do this phase 1 and give you a study. It's just just shy of $8,000 more than the manager's spending authority. I mean, the manager would need direction from the council to spend that $27,000 change to do this contract and do the phase 1 study. So if there's any desire, this is my humble opinion, if there's any consideration of doing it next fiscal year, I think at the end of the day, you'll probably think that's money well spent, and moving forward with the notice is strategically advantageous to you.
If I may, I would recommend adding the fire study to the solid waste agenda item as another topic on top of that, so you can make a decision, you can actually vote, because it's an action item. So at the beginning, when you go over the agenda, move to put that on with the solid waste conversation as an independent, obviously, but under that item, if that's a thought for you.
I think that's great. Yes.
I'm sorry. Would that expenditure come under the solid waste, the enterprise budget, if we decide to do that?
Solid waste would be a separate fee that is kept in a separate account.
Right.
Where would the money come from?
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the study.
Oh.
For the study, right?
Yeah, that would come out of the general fund for the solid waste study.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Fire assessment, yeah, would come out of that general fund. We have that right now from money that we've been able to not spend. We can afford what Anthony is proposing to start now.
This is excellent. Thank you, City Attorney, City Manager, for bringing this forward. I think we're going to have some direction tonight, and timing is of the essence. I think we hear you loud and clear on it. So if there's not anything else, I think we can go ahead and adjourn, Council. Does that sound good? And we'll be back here shortly. Thank you all for